This happened 17 years ago. It's the summer of '99. I was spending the vacation with my mother in New Mexico. I was a 12-year-old girl, going 21, and had a severe attitude. I made friends easily with a few girls that lived around the corner from my mum's home. We spent every moment together that summer. We were a group of 4. All of us thinking we're older and smarter than everyone else. There was Nikki, Katie, Julie and myself. We're the last generation of home phone lines, playing outside on the trampoline until dark and sleepovers. We watched VHS tapes. We would listen to cassette tapes on our Walkman. It was okay to let your children walk around town at night, and we rarely locked the front door. We had no cell phones or internet. My backyard had a concrete wall around it and a gate. Behind the wall was desert as far as the eye could see. Just a barren wasteland of dirt, cacti, shrubs and mountains way off in the distance. This town had a major railroad track running straight through it, and there was a major street that had a gas station, restaurants, hotels and attractions. We all received the same warnings from our parents. Stay away from the desert, stay away from the tracks, don't walk the main strip at night. Do you think we listened? Absolutely not. Julie, Nikki and I spent our days walking through the desert, crossing the tracks down the strip to Katie's home. Sometimes we would walk around until dusk. No. Some days we would just go to my home and jump on the trampoline. This particular day, we got to Katie's home, prepared to stay the weekend because her parents are out of town and we're having a party. The first night the girls were jumping from a spiral staircase to a giant beanbag. I refused to participate in this due to my extreme fear of heights. When we got down to the sleepover business, we watched The Exorcist. You know, the old Linda Blair one. Really creepy. I didn't sleep. The second night we all told our parents that Katie's mum was going to drive us to the movies. We all got money for the movies and promptly walked down the strip to go and get junk food at the store. Now, I wish I could say that we're aware of the surroundings, but we're not. We're absolutely oblivious of the man behind us, who followed us all the way back to the home. I feel that I should mention that Katie's parents were loaded, had a huge property with numerous buildings and broken down cars that her dad was remodeling. Their home had a large open kitchen, dining and living room. There were no walls and the whole room was lined with windows. There were 2 doors, front and back. The day went just as planned. We get our junk food and made it home safely. We made pizza in the oven, and for some reason, one of the girls turned on the TV to the news channel. As we were eating, we heard a story about staying indoors, because there's a report of a suspicious man walking the strip. That's it, suspicious man. We laugh and joke about it. Fast forward a few hours. I don't remember what happened, but as girls do, someone said something that hurt Julie's feelings and she stormed out of the home. I went after her and opened the front door just in time to see her lighting up a cigarette. I sat with her on the bench while she spoke about the other 2. Suddenly, the air gets thick with anxiety. Julie felt it too. I quietly asked if she felt as though we were being watched. She responded with a tiny nod, and then we're blinded. Someone was in a car in the driveway with bright lights on us. My heart was racing as I stood up and pulled Julie out of the spot she seemed to be stuck in. As we turned and ran inside, the man made a sound. I can't describe this sound other than a high-pitched squeal turning to a growl. I was scared beyond all reason, but I somehow managed to get myself, Julie, back inside. As soon as we get inside, the headlights went off and it's pitch black again. I locked the door, turned the light off. By this time, Julie had regained most of her composure to tell the other two what had happened, as I frantically checked the back door and turned off all the lights. I told them to shut up and listen by the back door. I heard the car door close as I was praying to every god that he would go away. Then, right next to my head, the door handle begins to turn slowly, then frantically. I crawled away from the door and moved to where my friends are. For the next 2 or 3 hours, we sat as still as stone, listening to this man banging on every single window trying to get inside. The phone was located across the room, right next to 2 windows. Finally, I get up, I have the courage and run to the phone and call my mum. I told her that we're all alone, and someone's trying to get in. I hung up with her and waited. The banging sound now suddenly stops. We sat and waited, listening to him get in his car, and then the sound of that squeal, it turns into a growl. Really piercing. Then he's gone. The mum and stepdad showed up and checked out the whole place. They found tire tracks, but that was it. We know he was there for a while. The truly scary part was the scratch marks all over the doors and windows. It almost looks as though a human could not have made it. Needless to say, Katie spent the rest of the weekend at Nikki's house and had a great story for her parents when they got home. Our parents didn't punish us for lying. I guess it's hours of torture at this weird person or whatever it was enough. We made a police report, but they never found anything. I just don't understand the almost inhuman sounds that he made and the scratch marks. That's the part that scares me to this day. Backpacking in the Yukon, we met this dude named Carl in Dawson at a free dinner put on by the town church. He said to my friend and I, who were both girls, "Where are we staying?" We said we're in the backcountry camping in a safe place. Then he went on to say that he knows the entire area like the back of his hand. He then wanted specifics. We lied, and we said that we're at a main campsite. We finish our dinner, tried to run out of there, but he corners us, offering to give us a ride back to the campsite. Luckily, we have a car, so said no thanks, and tried to make a run for it. We got back in our car and started driving down the road to where we were camping. Now it's the Yukon. There's only a few people driving back and forth, and we took a turn onto a gravel road heading north. We realised there's been a truck following us since we left town. We especially noticed once we were on this gravel road with absolutely no service and no emergency services. There are literally no turn-offs on this road. Even if there was, we're in prime bear territory next to a river, so running for it's not even worth it. My friend decides to try and pull a fast one on Carl, so we blitz down the gravel road until we hit snow. The whole road is covered in snow and ice, and we can't go much further in the pace that she's set. We see a campsite ahead of us. blitz it there, and park the car on the far side of the road to hopefully confuse the guy. We grab our tents, sleeping bags, food, and everything warm within our vicinity and run for it. We saw the campsite had a shelter in the middle. We knew that we had to get warm quickly, so the game plan was to run to the shelter, get fully dressed, prepare to sleep in the snow embankment. However, once we get to the shelter, we bump into a family of 12 people. We ran into the shelter swearing, cursing, and freaking out because we felt that it was so creepy Carl was after us. So once we turned around and saw the faces staring at us in amazement, we calmed down and tried and explain the situation. From the moment we utter the words, there's a man that's been following us for at least 100 kilometers. Everybody steps up. All of the men get up with their knives running outside. The woman took us in. They had seen a dense patch of trees in the northeast corner of the campsite and knew that all of us could hide within the trees without fear of being found. As we run into safety, we can hear the men yelling at Carl. There were loud noises, a car alarm, then complete silence. We knew the alarm belonged to us. It's our car. My friend and I stared at each other with tears in our eyes. We're in the northern part of the Yukon. In the snow at -10, we've just been followed from what we thought was going to be a free dinner from the local church. After about 30 minutes, the other woman decides it's time to return to the shelter and find the men. We turned and found the men safe and sound. Apparently, Carl had told them that we were none of their business, and that we wronged him in some sort of manner as he broke our car window, and then turned around to leave. One of the guys had a car, so had followed him down a good 20 kilometers before turning back. The woman invited my friend and I to sleep on their campsite, and we gladly obliged. We woke up the next morning safe and sound in the middle of the Yukon without cell or emergency services. We had a giant appreciation for finding them. Thank God we did. I was once fishing with a friend. We're in a lake in the middle of nowhere, and not a soul around. We had parked a few miles away, and had to walk through the dense woods with our gear to get there. It's about a 30-minute walk with the gear. To paint a picture, once you get to the lake, the trees open up, so you can see the lake around you, but no further through the trees. You lose cell reception during the car ride about half an hour away. A very secluded feeling, I must say. We've been here all day. A good 6 hours of daylight, not a soul around. It starts to get dark around 7:30, so we make a fire pit. Around 10 PM, we put the fire out. It's pitch black outside. My friend has just recast his rods after I'm done with mine, so we could settle in for the night. We stay up until around 1 AM, just cracking jokes and eating food. Only the sounds of nature, birds, owls and whatnot, and the wind around us. After we turned the tent light off about 1 AM, we heard zipping noises coming from outside. Just two. My friend nudges me and grabs a small bat, looks outside and there's nothing there. 10 minutes go by. We're very confused as to what the noise was. We then hear a splash. We both jump up and run outside, but there was nothing visible in the water. No lights or people around from what we could see. We both get into our tent. By this time, I'm terrified, clutching onto a bat. We have no option but to stay. The car is too far away and the woods are too dense to walk through during the night, especially if someone is out there. Whilst we're inside, a very deep male voice sighed next to the tent. "You're not supposed to be there." My friend said, "Who's that?" There's no reply. We get up and look. Nobody's there. No noises of someone walking away. No nothing. We turn to the torches, quickly gathering them, looking around, shining in every direction. We stood there for about 5 minutes just checking, hoping to find some source of it to get an explanation. There's nothing. We go back to bed and don't sleep. We spoke very, very quietly for the next 6 hours. Now 6 AM eventually came, and the sun's out. We get the hell out of there. We went outside. There's blood on the trees, and a single footprint in the fire pit we had made the night prior that did not belong to either of us. I spent more than my fair time alone in the woods, but one occasion definitely stands out as the creepiest thing I've experienced for a while, and when no one else was around. I have a friend that has 40 acres out of town that he has slowly converted into a farm for his family. Years ago, when he mostly only had a dozen or so chickens out there, I spent a few months living on the property in a tent while I began seasonal work. At the time, the property was decades neglected, overgrown pasture land with a few clumps of denser woods. I had set up my tent right in the middle of the property, in a small clearing between two densely wooded areas. My friend would come by once a day to feed the animals. Other than that, I have zero chance of seeing another human unless I leave the property. I mean, I can't lie, I really enjoy the solitude and being taken to observe nature in a way that I've never really done before. When the incident occurred, I'd been living out there for about 2 months, so I was well used to the sounds of nature outside my tent. I'd even gotten to the point where I was so used to the sounds of nature outside my tent at night, I'd gotten to the point where I wouldn't even bother to get out of the tent and look if a small animal was walking my way around the tent at night. I'd even gotten used to the sound of that roof, where it'd pump sometimes from the wind. My friend had been short on nails while he was building the roof over the pump, so the southeast corner wasn't nailed down, and a strong wind would cause the corner of the corrugated metal roof to peel, and then crash down loudly when the wind stopped. It was about 200 feet away from my tent, so it had caused me to jump a bit when I first moved out there. But within a month, it had just been another sound outside my tent. It was somewhat comforting though, like somebody who lives in a big city that can't sleep without the sounds of traffic outside their window. I probably helped myself by the fact that I knew it was paired with the sound of wind blowing through the trees. So on one night, I'm tucked inside my sleeping bag, starting to drift off when I hear the shed corner come crashing down. Nothing to worry about. I probably didn't even open my eyes, but then I hear what sounds like a person mimicking the sound of the shed. Right outside my tent. My blood freezes in my veins, my eyes open wide in the darkness. I hold perfectly still, I know that my friend has already come and gone hours before. I am alone on a piece of land that is large enough that there is no reason for a person to accidentally end up next to my tent in the middle of the night. After a few moments, the wind makes the shed roof crash again. And again, I hear a person mimicking the crashing sound a few seconds after. I called out and say, "Is anyone there?" Zero reply. I then hear the sound of the crashing a third time, but this time there was no mimicking sound, so I'm out of my sleeping bag, out of my tent, flashlight in one hand, camping knife in the other. I then shine my flashlight right out of my tent to where the sound is coming from. I need to see who is making the fake crashing sound. I see nothing. Now it's on the edge of the woods, but the sound had been so close. I can see through the brush well enough to tell that there isn't a person behind the bush and low branches. I'm still looking at the ground, and none of the dead leaves look partially disturbed. I'm trying to figure out how far somebody could have moved at a slow enough pace to not make enough sound for me to hear their footsteps on the leaf litter. That's when it crashes again. And I hear some more fake crashing sounds right next to me, where I'm 100% positive there's a person standing. At this point, my heart is beating a mile a minute. I'm getting ready to believe in the supernatural. Eventually I had enough and went back to sleep. I still didn't know what was making them sounds. I'd like to begin by describing myself, because I believe it's relevant to the story. I have to assume that I'm not the average author here. I'm 25, male, a bit above the average height. I've been doing sports 5 to 6 times a week since I've graduated high school. Gym, running, CrossFit, squash, swimming, as well as any sport that my friends decided to start playing. My favourite hobbies are mountaineering, hiking, and bouldering. I've just recently purchased a new pair of high altitude mountaineering boots because it's near the end of summer season. They're on sale. The plan is to wear them in the Alps next summer on a few ascents. I live in a European capital, one that's surrounded by nature with many trails and opportunities for hiking. I decided to break in my boots last Saturday, more specifically because it would have been my granddad's birthday. He also loved to hike before he died. These boots are overkill for these woods, but I needed to try them. I selected a nice route that's around 25 kilometers and set off at about 9 in the morning. It's rained just the day before, so I expected a fair amount of mud and not as many people, because a lot are scared off by the weather. Since the sun is excruciatingly hot, it's a nice change of temperature, especially between trees and such. In the not so distant past, my dog would have definitely joined me on this hike, but she's turning 14 this year and doesn't enjoy long walks anymore. My girlfriend had to do something for work on short notice, so I knew from that moment I'd be alone. The first half of the hike was perfect. The altitude difference along the trail was minimal. I barely broke a sweat and I misjudged how many people would be out due to the storm before. I met about 7 people during the first 3 hours. Most of them were cross-country runners. It's worth mentioning that I wasn't walking quick. I stepped on many occasions upon different animals' trails and would stop to look. Between 12 and 1, the path ran into a road where cars could go. This road is asphalt, but deep in the forest and can only be used to reach certain landmarks that are also in the forest. Cars are rare here. My trail required me to take this road for a few hundred meters. As I'm walking up the road, I hear a car approach from behind me. It went past, not quick or slow. It's an older green SUV with a fresh registration plate. Probably an import. I thought nothing of it. Then I heard it come back, driving past me for the second time, now very slow. I could clearly see two men sitting in the front seats wearing a baseball cap, each and sunglasses. I assumed they were gamekeepers, even though the cars have a crest on the hood and both the doors. As I hike a fair amount, I knew these things. I see them around quite a bit. They would also not be driving a car like this. They have jeeps, which are more suitable for here. Still, I felt no discomfort and again thought nothing of it. Then, my trail left the asphalt road and began snaking in the woods again. I walked ahead, gazing at trees and whatnot. Then I suddenly felt the strange sensation that somebody or something is behind me. An engine sound was becoming more and more clear as well. At this point, the trail was quite narrow, but if, for whatever reason, you want to drive a car on it, you could not. Now I turn around. The SUV is right in my face. It's an arm's length away from me, and it just stopped as I had. I look at the driver, who is staring back at me. I calmly said, "What's wrong? Shall I let you go?" In a polite tone as the windows rolled down. He did not speak though, instead began to slowly reverse. Now I'm uncomfortable. He soon disappears behind a curve. Now I was very scared. I also noticed that he was alone in the car, not like before. I listened intently, still standing, since I wasn't sure what was going on. By this point, I was not scared, but there was a faint feeling of unease in the air, and bad thoughts began gathering in the back of my mind. I now heard the car. It was stopping just behind the curve. I heard the door open and shut, but nothing from that point on. I turned around and began walking towards my destination at a much faster pace than before. Now I was a bit scared. I didn't understand why he didn't answer. I didn't get why he reversed without saying a single word. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but I had no desire to ask him again why, or to see him for that matter. I had just walked out of there with these unpleasant thoughts, slightly out of sight to them. I'd been drinking a lot of water, so I had to pee. I saw a perfect spot, a narrow path off the trail that led quite clearly to a little hunting tower. I walked over to the tower, put my bag down, and began peeing. I was also interested in checking Google Maps to see where I was, but since there is no signal, I decided to check the map. I also had a sip of water. I had been camping there for a good few minutes before I decided to look back at the trail. Now right before I get to the main trail, I thought to myself how extremely quiet it was. No wind, no noise of any kind. Absolutely nothing. This made me realize just a moment later how alone I was, except for the man who was standing maybe 50 meters away from me on the trail, in the direction I was heading. I only saw this as soon as I stepped back onto the trail. Now the moment that I looked at him, I was instantly chilled to the bone. He was dressed in tactical clothing, with a baseball cap on his head. The only reason he was standing still, I believe, was a moment of surprise that I appeared when I did, and that he didn't expect me to appear from there. At this point, I was fully and utterly alarmed. In his hand, he was holding a hunting rifle that had a scope on it. Now, had this happened without the incident with the SUV, I would have probably kept on walking, thinking he's a hunter. However, in light of the strange encounter, from which the second man was missing, something in me snapped immediately. In hindsight, I now know that it's illegal to hunt here. I figured in the matter of 2 seconds that I was going to sprint through the woods until exhaustion, towards and past the tower, as it seemed natural to do at the time. If there was no malicious intent on this man's behalf, or the other, he'll just think I'm an idiot and forget about me. If correct, this is the best decision I've ever made in my life. And for God's sake, he began running towards me, adrenaline blossoming within me. I began sprinting away. I sprinted past the tower deep to the bushes, not sparing my legs as I was wearing shorts and a thermal jumper. I crashed through the branches, small trees, slipping on several occasions. I really did sprint until I was out due to exhaustion. It's been several kilometers now. I even come across some smaller trails but didn't even bother to check them. My pulse was 1 billion times a minute. I began checking my phone for a signal, but there's nothing. I was really angry at myself for not memorizing the license plate. I began to power walk, but still off the trail straight ahead, in a direction that I knew would sooner or later lead me to the wood's end. When my phone got a signal, I began to immediately relay the story to different people, saying I was overreacting and that I shouldn't have went there alone. Finally, I reached a trail that led directly to a cute little town that borders this rather large forest. It felt like an eternity, but I walked the last kilometer to the main square, took off my jumper, putting it in my bag. At least I looked a little different now. From far away, I waited for a bus that took me to my car, anxiously. After the bus ride, during which I studied each car on the road, I walked back to my car, get in, and drove home. I now called the gamekeeper's forest office. I inquire about what happened and if they've had any cars in the service, like the ones I've come across. They do not. Their gamekeepers also don't work in pairs. 99% are alone. I told them this and they took me very seriously. I left the office and never went back to that place again. So back in 2015, I had the choice of getting a dog or a smartphone. I'd never had a dog in my life, or a decent smartphone coming to think of it. I'd been saving up for a while regardless, but decided to side with getting a dog. My dad knew a fella who had a couple of border collies that recently had a litter. So we drove out, and the dude gave me the last puppy. Enter Bailey. A couple of weeks after he got his shot, I started walking him. My parents figured I was going to be hanging out at some local park with my new pup, so I could get him to socialize, but no. I chose instead to take him around the perimeter of a nearby farm, to keep the farm dog in him. I've been sneaking out to this farm for years now. The farmer was my old friend. My uncle grew up working with him, so I knew if I was ever caught, I could just drop their name. On either side of the farm was some thick woodland, which nobody ever given me any reason to be wary of. Honestly, they probably should have though. So it's a sunny afternoon. It's been pouring down all week. Bailey was itching for a good walk. I take him to the farm as usual. We start making our way around the woods from east side to west of the farm. Everything's quiet. But Bailey, she keeps on darting away to explore more. He's a puppy. It's what they do, of course. I've been calling his name for some time now, all the way around the field. We're about halfway past the woods. I could see the roof of the farmhouse over the next hill. Bailey's been pulling constantly, going through the bushes along the way. As we're here, I suddenly hear a man calling my dog by his name. Like this dude I don't know is calling my dog by name. I knew it wasn't the farmer, because I'd met him at family events like barbecues, etc. So I knew what his voice sounded like. I go completely silent, but the guy keeps on calling my dog. It seems like he's deep into the woods, moving perhaps. He's calling my dog with an excited tone in his voice, which creeps me out. Bailey, meanwhile, is completely ignoring the guy. Now I'm like a tiny girl. I'm only 18. The most experiences I have in combat is a month of taekwondo when I'm 11. I don't have a mobile phone. If that guy works out where I am, I'm screwed. And if Bailey decides to go after him, I'm especially screwed. I'm not letting any psycho get his hands on my puppy. I can either run to the farm, which isn't far away, or back down through the fields towards my home. I pick up my dog, begin sprinting across an open field. Behind me, I hear someone emerge from the woods, but I'm already over the fence, sprinting back home with my puppy under my arm. I get home and tell my mum. She brushes it off as a drunk guy. Great. A few weeks later, I'm at my uncle's house, and the farmer walks in. I told my uncle what happened, so he brings this up. The farmer asks exactly which woods I've been close to, and that some of his clothes had gone missing around that area. He put it down to strong winds, but now he's not sure. I take him and my uncle to the exact spot the next day, and all three of us go in and find a completely wrecked campsite. There's no clothes or anything, but the tent has collapsed on itself. There's no fire, no empty gas canister that you'd use, no anything. We reported it to the police, but as always, nothing ever comes of it. Except that I got a phone not long after that. The thing that scares me most is how that he was calling my dog by its name, knowing that I wouldn't come, but an innocent puppy might and lure me into danger. I was somewhere in the 11 to 10 range. I'm now 25, and my family and I were camping in North Conway, NH. My parents were cooking breakfast, and I went to play in the woods nearby. All of a sudden, This little boy around my age seems to appear out of nowhere from the woods. But being young, I just assumed he was camping nearby. We talked. He told me about how him and his parents are out there a lot, and they have a lot of stuff at their campsites. He went on to tell me about how fun it was, all the things we could do there. I said to him, "What's the fun stuff you're talking about?" He said his dad kept a lot of beer and a lot of guns. He then inquired if I'd like to come and see this with his dad. Being young and stupid, I initially said yes. Now, I follow him down the path. My mother catches a glimpse of me walking away with this strange boy and jogs towards us yelling. I told her that I was going with the kid to see his dad's guns. She yanks me away immediately. Now it seems pretty innocent if left there, but as we're going out that day, we took the road that ran parallel and overlooked most of the campground. Now as I'm looking over there was absolutely nothing where that dog trail led to. It was barely a trail, and went straight into a thickly wooded area, clearly not at all part of the camping grounds. Who knows what lies up there? I'm just glad that I never found out for myself. I have a friend who is a trail ranger. Basically, a ranger who can't get you into trouble. He told me about this time he was gathering illegally placed wildlife cameras and knocking down hunting stands, feeders, and blinds with another actual ranger. The other ranger wasn't feeling so well, so he said he was going to head back as this 1-hour ATV ride. The friend finished up the last one when he heard voices. Keep in mind, he's far off the beaten path. He called out and nobody replies. As it was getting dark, he started to head back and found that his ATV wouldn't start. He then noticed that the battery was not connected anymore. He reconnected it and started to drive, but it wasn't going fast at all. It was actually less than a mile later that it died. He radioed back basically saying, "Guys, I need someone to come pick me up." They told him that they would be an hour. He asked if the other guy got back and they said no. He settled down, started a fire, but not long after I heard voices again. It's dark, he's not happy. The voices sound like an argument now. Somebody was angry and yelling at someone else who was scared. He called out and said if anyone needs help. The voices didn't seem to care. He guessed it had been less than 1,000 feet away. He radios again, and they said they're having trouble finding what path he might be on and haven't left yet. He asks them to just get the other ranger to tell them about where they are, because he left with the iPad that had the map on it, and they still hadn't got back. About 3 minutes go by. He hears the voices again. He decides to walk to them, hoping maybe they can stop being drunk idiots and maybe have a map. He walked in their direction, but the voice seemed to be getting further as he gets closer. Finally, after 20 minutes, he gave up and walks back. He gets a radio call, and they said the other guy was found passed out, covered in vomit, and was being taken to hospital, but he crossed off everywhere they had found a stand, so they'd have a general idea where he is. The radio died, then the voices came back. Bored out of his mind, he decides to listen to what they're arguing about and picked up things like, well, it wasn't yours to take, you better do, and so on. His guess was that the hunters were arguing over a kill. Then he heard something that really shocked him. Then silence. He hears a gunshot. He doused his fire and hid. After that, he hears nothing. Just his breathing for the next half an hour until he saw ATV lights. He told the guy picking him up everything and they called back. They had people looking for 3 hours and find nothing. They came back the next day with police and dogs. After about an hour, a shallow grave was discovered with a long dead man who had clearly been shot in the face. The thing is, it's a skeleton, been there for years. So either the argument he had heard just ended with a bang and both parties went home, or he somehow heard a murder from years ago. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana and Wyoming area, and I decided to go up there with her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out into the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoff to ensure that there's no contaminants. So I thought that sounded fun and wanted to do a bit of a tour with her. We were going to have to camp out there for 2 nights, so we packed up all our gear in saddlebags and started out. The first day and night was amazing. Beautiful scenery, air quality is the finest. It really is so peaceful out there. I love that area and wish I could go up there more often. Anyway, we started out on the second day and my cousin said, "You want to see something weird?" I said yeah, of course. So now she's leading me out to this tiny ravine. We ended up travelling about 2 hours away from our actual path we had laid out on. At the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounts and tells me to get off my horse too. We tie them up in this gorgeous little clearing. She tells me to follow this tiny wildlife patch and bring our little rechargeable radio. It is one of those where you can plug it in or wind it up. It also acts as a lantern if you really need it. So I do, and out in the middle of nowhere, there is a huge coil of wire sticking out at the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large, like some buried transmission wire, but small, like 10 or 12 gauge wiring for a home. It trailed off into the brush and trees, so naturally, I decided to follow the thing out of curiosity. My cousin trails behind me as I do. Now after coming straight out of the ground, the wire comes across some trees and back to the ground again, snaking around some rocks and finally deadens in an outlet. The outlet is mounted on the side of a desk. It looks like a schoolteacher's desk from when I was growing up, with a metal base and wood top, no chair, nothing, just an outlet and a desk. I'm staring confused as hell at this desk in the middle of a forest when my cousin takes a radio, pulls out the cord, plugs it into the outlet. It then lit up and started blaring out static. The wire's being fed from somewhere. Now the place where we are had no road access, no buildings for literally miles on end, and away from everyone, Yet, there's a live power outlet. Weird as hell. I'm an ex-ranger. We had a group of frat boys making way too much noise. We come by twice. And at the second stop, I told them, "This is your last warning. Not only is it rude for other campers to be so loud, it's exceptionally dangerous. Everyone knows that local mountain lions are attracted to noises at night. And these ghost cats, as they're called, can creep right up on you without ever making a sound. I told them, whatever you do, don't leave your tent tonight. Don't make another sound." I go back to the station, grab the lion pelt from the interp center and the night vision goggles. Once they're all in their tents, we crept up in the campsite and made fake lion tracks everywhere. I then pull the jeep forward as though we're arriving upon the scene and get out. I turned on my mag light and illuminated the silhouette of the lion pelt. Because I was moving quickly, the shadow of the lion appeared to be moving. At this point, they're losing it. They're screaming there's another one and stay in their tents, and then let's get out of here. At that point, we turned off the flashlights, grabbed the lion pelt in the darkness, and jumped in the jeep and sped off. Just after sunrise, they began peeking out of their tents. No one was brave enough to get out of their tents, and when they saw the giant paw prints everywhere, they were screaming. I was a lone recreation ranger in a small district in southern Idaho. The nearest town from guard station was about an hour and a half away by car. After moving to the guard station, the solar power was not working. I hadn't slept for about a month due to various factors. There were bats in the cabin. There was something walking on the deck at night. The woods always had an eerie feeling to them. I eventually managed to get used to all this, so now I'm about 2 months into the seasonal job, and I started to hear something walking and scratching on the deck at night, perhaps even on the door. Now this district was known for its badgers and beavers, so I don't think much of it. When leaving the cabin at night, I always had an eerie feeling as though I was being watched. One night, I was returning home from my grocery run, and I had a bad feeling. At the time, I didn't have my shotgun in the vehicle. After stepping out of the vehicle, I looked to the right of the cabin, about 50 feet away from my front door. All I see is these two eyes about 4 foot into the air. I yell, "Get the hell out of here," but the eyes only crouch down, getting closer. Now I know it's a large animal. I tossed a piece of firewood in the general area, and the creature leaps back a bit but didn't make a sound. I tossed 4 or 5 more pieces at the creature, yet it inches towards me. At this point, I fumbled with the keys. Of course, the solar power was out again. I managed my way inside, get my shotgun. I went outside. The creature's now a bit closer. Still could not get a good look at it with my crappy headlamp. I loaded the shotgun, continuing to throw wood. Finally, the creature walks back into the brush. That night, I drank about 4 IPAs and slept with my shotgun. In the morning, trail crew came up and we found mountain lion tracks all over the porch. After that, I always heard the rocking chair move and someone or something walking on my porch, but I never found any tracks after this. Considering that it's always muddy up there, I thought it was weird to not find any tracks. Now, I've been stalked by mountain lions before and never had that eerie feeling that I did when in those woods. I was 18 years old, a high school senior, and was about 3/4 of the way through the year. I had moved that year and switched to a school about 30 minutes away from where I used to go. I stayed in touch with a few people from my old school and got invited to go camping with a few of them over Memorial Weekend. I invited 2 girls and 1 guy from my new school to come hang out for a night and met them in the closest town from the campsite, about 40 minutes away. The guy Jeremy hopped in the car and the girls followed me up, and we get to the campsite without incident. The campsite was 30 minutes away from any human signs of life outside of a dirt road. The night started off fine with everyone getting completely trashed. At about 12:30, things started to die down as half of us were puking and ready to sleep. Now, a lot of the night is still a blur, but I remember climbing into a tent where there's 5 of us in it, 3 guys and 2 girls. It's around 2:30 a.m. I was awoken by the sound of a shotgun. I was still very drunk, had a hard time processing anything, but in my drunken state, I figured it as one of the people I was camping with being a dick. One of the guys, Brent, had stayed sober the entire night, and had brought his shotgun up with him, so I figured it as him being a prick to everyone drunk. I check my phone and go back to sleep. I fell asleep at what I think was around 3 a.m. I was awoken by somebody bawling their eyes out, and I'm still having a hard time processing anything. After about 5 minutes, I realise it's Brent, and I stumble out of my tent followed by Jeremy. I walk out and see Brent is bleeding profusely from his nose and mouth. I run over to him stumbling. I am then hit in the head with a rock and knocked unconscious. Everything from this point forward is from Jeremy's point of view. Jeremy to this day is my best friend, and has told me his version of this story many times. He says I passed by a tree and a large man lunges out and smashes my face with a rock. After hitting me, the man lunges at Jeremy, tackling him straight to the ground. Jeremy at the time was 5'8" and 140 pounds, but this guy was 6'4", 280. Jeremy is being choked to death by this monster of a man. He now hears another gunshot. Sarah managed to find a pistol Brent had also brought with him, firing a shot missing the man. It scared him though, and he now rushes off into the woods. They just let him go, and Jeremy drove me and Brent to hospital. I had 3 broken teeth and a severe concussion, and Brent had part of his tongue mutilated with a knife and broken nose. Now, Brent has never talked to me or any of my other friends from that trip about exactly what happened. When he was outside alone with that man, refusing to give the police description as well. This man was never caught, and I've never been in that deep forest again. This was in 2005, I should mention. I'm a park warden. I spend most of my shifts alone, working 5:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. in the Canadian wilderness. We have about 300 campsites, a handful of beaches, and the infrastructure that goes with them. It just so happens that my park is closed during winter, which is a standard thing in Canada. So there's no staff in the park from mid-October to early April. Now years ago, a man decided to end it all via a sawed-off shotgun down by the river on one of the beaches in late November. No one found him until the spring melt. This beach is at the furthest north point of the park. It's pretty isolated, but as it has a beach, it requires at least one patrol an evening. I was down in the showers at the beach at around 7 PM on a very overcast day. I was checking the supplies in the first aid kits and signing off on the fire extinguishers. The weather was blah, so there were no campers out or patrols anywhere near the beach. And the parking lot was empty except for my cruiser. All of a sudden, a feeling of intense panic washes over me. I booked it to my cruiser, get in, slam the door shut and take a few deep breaths in and wait for the feeling to pass. After a minute or two, I get back to business, but this time sitting in my locked car, filling out blinders and work logs. Suddenly, a huge dark shape moves across my driver's side window and I scream and jump back. My immediate thought is that somebody's been lurking and was about to try and smash the glass door open. Sure as hell it is empty, not a soul around, but you can bet your life that I left all the further maintenance tasks on the neck of the park patrol doing it in the day shift. I floored it out of there. Now it's not probably the scariest or most shocking story, but it rattled me hard, and now I refuse to do foot patrols down there at night. I was somewhat popular at the time. I had around 4 very close friends, Rose, Lynn, Noah and Zach. These were the main ones. Now we went out on many adventures around that time. Camping, road trips, the beach. Noah's family was pretty wealthy, and all of our families were pretty lenient with rules. One day, the summer before 8th grade, we went on a camping trip with Lynn's older sister, Margaret, and Zach's older brother, Todd. So there's 7 of us. Lynn, Zach, and I was the 13th. Noah and Rose are the 14th. Margaret and Todd were both 17. We decided to go camping in a nearby forest, around 20 miles from Noah's home. It's pretty much the middle of nowhere. Noah's house and his neighbours were the closest homes. There were no signals for phones or any other electronics out there. We get to the spot easily without problems, and we make camp. The girls in one tent and the boys in another. Maybe it's a bad idea to have 17s, 13 to 16 with no phones in the woods. But our parents are lenient, like I said, and confident we should be fine since the woods were not known for anything dangerous or bad. So we get set up, go swimming by a nearby lake, come back and make dinner over a fire about 20 feet away from the tent, which were about 4 feet away from each other. We have s'mores and do all those stupid camping things before Lynn and Margaret decide they're gonna sleep. They left Todd, Rose, and Noah and Zach and I joking around telling scary stories. Then Margaret wakes up annoyed and tells us that whoever is messing with the side of the tent to stop. Keep in mind, no one's left the group, and the tents were far enough away from each other to not have anyone near them. She explains that somebody keeps touching the side of the tent, running something along it. We dismiss her. Todd states it's probably a tree branch, and Rose and I decide to sleep as well. So we head back to the tent. Lynn is asleep, and we settle in. Me closest to the opening, Margaret next to Lynn, who is at the opposite side of the tent, and Rose in between Margaret and I. I manage to fall asleep easily within 5 minutes until I wake up suddenly, for what seems like no reason. I now go and check on my phone. I still brought it, and it had a portable charger that was just to take pictures, and it's literally the middle of the night. At 2:15, I look around. My eyes are getting adjusted to the darkness, trying to figure out why I'm awake. A tapping sound on the tent was the first thing I noticed, and a soft giggle. It sounded somewhat deep, like a male voice, but I couldn't be sure. Now, after what felt like an hour, it was probably a minute or two, the tapping and giggling stops. I was convinced it's my imagination, or maybe one of the boys trying to prank us, or even a tree branch like Todd suggested earlier. Telling myself it was a tree branch and lack of sleep. I fell asleep until Rose woke up at around dawn. She also woke me. Everyone's awake, and we decided to hike a little. We decided to go into 2 groups because we planned on spending the night again, and we didn't want anyone messing with our stuff. Even though these woods weren't popular with camping, we didn't want to risk it. Now Margaret, Lynn, Rose and I left to go hiking for a couple of hours, while the boys opted to stay behind and fish, swim and cook. We hiked for about 2 hours, and when we came back, the boys are not at the campsite. Now we're annoyed. Margaret went down to the lake with Lynn to find them. Rose and I made our way back to the tents, and I'll be honest and say I screamed and almost wet myself. The tents are slashed. I inspect it closer after regaining composure before I was usually the more collective one of the two. It seemed to be made with a knife. Our tents were made of a pretty thin material that is very hard to cut into, so effort would have had to been there. The boys, Margaret and Lynn, came running up to our screams, and were obviously startled. We decided to pack up and head home early, because for one, the tents were ripped too much to use again comfortably, and we're very scared. Even more so when Todd announces that his tires are slashed. We're all freaking out, obviously. There was no cell service. Todd's tires were slashed, and there was no way any of us wanted to stay any longer. Luckily, Todd reported that Margaret's tires looked fine, and she noticed that she could then take Noah and Lynn, drop them off to call 911 and call their parents, and come back for us. She drove a car, and there wasn't enough room for more than 3 people, as the back's filled up with the camping gear. So now, it's Zach, Todd, Rose and I left at the camping grounds. We decided to begin a hike back towards the main road, so Margaret wouldn't have to drive so far. Also, Rose and I refused to stay anywhere near the camping area, so we began hiking. My phone died. The last time I looked at it, it was 1 in the afternoon. Zach and Rose both had working phones and constantly updated us on how far we had been walking. I began to hear branches snapping from behind us, closer to the trees than we walked. And I got more and more paranoid as time went on. I told Todd, He seemed to get much more wary of the surroundings, constantly looking over his shoulder. We had been walking for about 30 minutes. Margaret was probably at Noah's house or almost there when Todd screamed run. Naturally, I looked behind my shoulder before running. There's 3 hooded figures running towards us. 2 had knives, and they're all at least 6'3" or so. Todd was 6'1", but I strongly doubted he could defend us against them. Even though it's broad daylight, I couldn't make out any facial features. Now they're all over 200 pounds. The shortest one was probably 6'2", but they all had masks on. We began running, and 3 of the guys finally gave up and decided we weren't worth terrorizing or capturing because we lost them. We make it back to the main road where we waited, walking quickly, constantly looking over shoulders in fear until Margaret arrived. We told the police everything. They searched the woods nearby and never found any evidence what we had been talking about, or even that we had been there. Now I really don't know what would have happened if they caught us. I'm fairly tall, around 5'10" during this time, but only 125 pounds. Rose is a lot smaller though, about 5'1", and Zach was barely 5'9" at the time. Now I'm so thankful that I told Todd about them. I have no doubt they would have been able to catch us if he hadn't been looking over his shoulder constantly. I'm so glad they never caught us to do God knows what. It's obvious they intended to harm us. How badly? I don't ever want to know. When I was younger, about 10 years ago, I gotten into bird watching. I was about 12, so it wasn't really official by any means. I was just some kid that liked to sneak up on birds, grab a quick picture, and look them up in books. I decided to start this hobby with making a list with pictures I'd printed from the library or of native birds in my region. Every weekend, I'd be wandering around my neighborhood in search of new birds, with a few ponds and a large creek in my area. I found quite a few within my first few weeks. However, there was one bird that was sort of a white whale due to its rarity in the area, a black vulture. We have tons of vultures in the area, well, turkey vultures. They're common, but far fewer black vultures. It's a bit hard to tell the difference if they're flying too high. The best way to determine which vulture is what is to do with how much grey-white is under their wings. If they get closer, you can eventually make out the red head of the turkey vultures, of which I did so often, disappointingly. Now unfortunately, I cannot remember the exact date, or what month it was even. But one weekend, I decided to spend the next few days searching high and low for the black vulture. I went climbing all over the small wire fencing around a nearby bushy area, as usual, and searched. Now usually, you had to be lucky to find scavenger birds on roadkill. Besides a road, there are so many small things around, like 2 lanes that mirrored the creek nearby through some foliage. So I just cut across a sort of mini forest, heading in that direction. As much as it made me sad to see a dead deer or possum, it was a common sight on this road, as both sides are now open, with trees and undergrowth almost choking it. There are some parts of the road that almost become a tunnel due to leaves intertwining above. It's incredibly easy for a deer or some other animal to jump out in front of a car in the dark, not realizing it's too late. I didn't have much luck. There are far fewer crows or anything nearby. I see a few ducks swimming in the creek besides me. Nothing big. It started getting late now, but the sun's up. Despite the dangers of walking down a forest road in the dark, I was determined to stay out as long as possible. I decided to reach a small park area at the end of the road, and then I'd be making my way back. I went under a small tunnel of leaves, back out on the other side, delighted to see the familiar shape of a large bird circling in the sky. It was just the right shape and size to be a vulture, yet I had no hope of checking for the greyness of its feathers. Sunlight is limited. Instead, I was stuck following it as it slowly began to sink lower and lower. After about 10 or so minutes, it landed. I then carefully snuck forward, casually and cautiously avoiding anything that could alert the bird of my presence. I now had sunk low to the ground, realizing that the bird had landed in a small clearing at the far end of the park. It's just a small, open field, slightly tilted down a hill, with the parking lot on top. I've been there before, as it's a fun spot for kids to roll down because how steep it is. I approached from the bottom, excitement brimming, when I heard several squawks and shrieks of other birds. Now black vultures are far more aggressive than turkeys. I was hoping to catch a spat. I get to the edge of the clearing, pull out my binoculars. Two things hit me at once. One, I found it odd that they're in the middle of the park, rather than closer to the road, where you'd normally assume to find some roadkill, though I reason that things can die anywhere, even in the middle of a park. However, it smelled awful. The scent was rather light, but I'd been known to have a really sensitive nose. But something about this didn't smell right. Not like any other roadkill I've smelled before. When I put the binoculars to my eyes, I expected to see a deer corpse and two birds fighting. Never in a million years did I think I'd see a corpse of a complete different kind. The birds were there. I remembered the faint pang of excitement I still had, recognizing the proud head of the black vulture before the image of it sitting on the chest of a naked woman sucked all the life out of me. I was frozen. I could not look away. My throat tightened with vomit. I could not look away. The bird had done surprisingly little to her. She had what appeared to be cuts, but most of her waist was intact. What wasn't the bird's rat? It was a horrifying sight, one that I will never forget. I can see the image so clear now. She was pale, with blonde hair. I sat there, stupidly, for who knows how long, as the sun began to sink over the trees. This was the time before cell phones were common, and I had the quiet hike back home now. I realize now that I'm in shock, and I could only move when the sudden fear that whatever did this could be directly behind me forces itself upon me. I begin to slowly waddle backwards into the trees, not taking my eyes off the body for a second. I did not want to turn around. For some reason, I was so scared somebody would be behind me that I just backed up forever. Maybe nothing would happen. It was now dusk, and suddenly, high beams appear from over the top of the hill. I then heard the screech of tires as a car wheeled out, and I listened to it veer off left, away down the road, opposite to the direction of which I'm heading. That was the last straw. I ran the entire way back the second that I could no longer hear it. I crashed through at least a mile of brush, and while I was smart enough to have some boots on, my arms were not covered and began bleeding. I stopped. I paused midway through the brush by my home, realizing that, embarrassingly, I wet myself in fear. I then crawled through people's yards to get to my house. Now the horror didn't completely end there. I was home alone until past midnight, as my mum worked late at a diner. To this day, I have regrets as to why I did not immediately call the police. I instead lock all the doors, double check, take a shower, and lock myself in my bedroom. I'd fallen asleep, somehow, by the time my mum came home. I confronted her in the morning. At least, by that time, when we made the call together, the body had already been found. They took my statement, but we never got any calls back. So I was out there, searching for a creature amongst animals, but the monster that I did find, or almost found me should I say, will forever haunt me and be far more terrorizing. About 2 years ago, I finally moved into a brand new home in a brand new estate in Australia. I was one of the first to have a finished building in the area, and was able to finally grace my independence. The first few weeks went by as normal. During that time, I'd often take walks alone with the dog in the afternoons and roam around the estate area. All the roads around us had been practically completed, and all the other properties were marked out. But no other houses were built excluding one, directly opposite mine. The home appeared finished, but there was no driveway laid yet. From what I gathered, no one lived there. Up to the left of my home, roughly a few hundred meters away, was a field with a huge hill upon it. I later found out that the whole area was council property. Not only was no one allowed to build up there, but the whole hill was basically a no-go zone. For whatever reason, the council just didn't want people up there, so the whole area was surrounded by a huge fence. The only other notable feature in the area was a small abandoned farmhouse with a shed a few kilometers down the road. I knew nothing about it, and often went walking there with the dog. as it gave me something mild to explore amongst the vast nothingness that I lived around. The entire place was abandoned and completely uninhabitable, but still interesting nonetheless. About a month or two after moving in, I awoke one morning to the sound of a violin. It was extremely distant and quite haunting. I actually enjoyed it, assuming the neighbours opposite me had moved in. Excited that I finally had people to talk to, I looked out the curtain, seeing that the house is still vacant as it ever was. I get dressed. By the time I look out, the violin ceased. Now this happened roughly every second day for every week. The violin would wake me up, then disappear about a minute later. I'd ignored it, to the point my curiosity got the better of me. The next morning, when I heard the violin play again, I instantly jumped out of bed, threw on my dressing gown, shot to the front door. I look, and there up on the hill, someone's playing a violin. It was barely light, but the person appeared very tall from the distance I was at. They are doing what can only be described as a waltz-type walk, spinning slowly in a circle as they are playing. I took my eyes off the person and walked over to pick up the morning paper. In the 10 seconds it takes me, I hear the violin stop. When I look up, I notice the figure was no longer playing or dancing, but now standing still, most likely looking in my direction. It was so dark I couldn't make out any more. We both stood there for half a minute, not moving before the creeps got the better of me, so I hid back inside. After that morning, things started happening. On my walks, I began to notice footprints on the surrounding properties that were not made by me, that I also hadn't seen before, which I was just assuming were from people walking up from other houses and down the road. I never awoke to the violin, but I swore I could hear someone walking on the street next to my bedroom windows in the early mornings. However, I never saw a thing. There were other things generally, like random tools such as spades and rakes lying around the area that I guessed were left there by construction crews, none of which I ever saw. I then started getting calls at work and would immediately be hung up on. I also stopped walking up to the farmhouse that was abandoned, as the experience with the violin had shaken me. One night, as I'm heading to bed, I turn off the television in the living room and again could hear the faint sound of a violin playing. However, it sounded more muffled and somewhat rehearsed. I froze. A cold chill flowed through me instantaneously, considering that it's about midnight and not the usual time I'd hear it playing. I went to the front window and peeked out, and there was a light in the house opposite mine. It was clearly a candle, as I could see the dim light flickering in the empty window, and music sounded as though it was coming from an old record player. But in the 10 minutes I watched, I never saw any movement from inside. I moved away from the window, sufficiently freaked out now. Another 5 minutes passed. I hear the music stop abruptly. I look out the window again and notice that the light's out now. I never saw anyone. I began to become unsettled in the house, often inviting friends over, but of course, nothing would ever happen when someone else was with me. I never bothered to tell any of my friends, as without evidence, they'd think I was crazy. But nothing compared to what happened next. In my living area, the desk sits right next to a small window which looks out to my fence surrounding my property. The steel fence is literally an arm's length away from the home and about 6 feet tall, so I figured that, unlike most other windows, I'd never need to cover this one with a sheet or blanket because no one's seeing in. I usually had headphones on. When I played, I always had the lights off. For no other reason than I preferred to play games in the dark. So one night as I'm gaming, I get up, walk to the dark side of the kitchen, grab a beer out of the fridge. It was dead silent, excluding the faint sound of my headphones. As I closed the fridge and turned to face the desk, I saw directly out of the window two very, very faint lights. I didn't even catch on to it immediately, starting to walk back to the desk, fixated on the small glowing balls. It wasn't until I had my nose almost pressed against the glass that I realised the two lights weren't lights at all. They're eyes. So now, there's a set of eyes sitting just above the fence line staring wide open at me. They don't blink. They don't move. My entire body locks up. All I can do is stare back as my brain is still comprehending, why is there a person staring at me in the scariest possible way I can ever imagine? I don't know what happened. Either my head kicked into gear, or my muscles loosened, but my body automatically collapsed and I fell to the ground, scurrying to hide against the wall away from the window. I could hear my heart beating through the carpet like a drum, as I lay as flat as possible, as my mind is still processing the sheer severity of the situation. A violin begins playing. The violin is haunting me with a tune that's beginning to emanate, except this time, it's directly outside my window and much louder than I've heard it before. Now the lights are still off. I wanted to get up to turn my PC screen off so I can't be seen, but my whole body is not cooperating. Not only was the sound of the instrument extraordinarily loud, it almost sounded as though it's being played with frustration, notes being frequently missed, strings are screeching now. The pace of it was getting faster and faster. By this time, my dog Jeb out in the backyard had picked up on the situation, registering the unfamiliar sound, giving one solitary deep bark. The violin instantly stopped. The house was dead silent once again. I was still froze to the carpet, and it wasn't until Jeb gave a second menacing bark that I heard the figure outside starting to walk away directly into where I am. Once the first footstep hits the ground, I instantly thought of the welfare of my best mate, and finally, my head connected with extremities and my entire body kicked into overdrive. I leapt from the ground and slid across the laminated floor to the back door where Jeb was standing, staring into the backyard. I ducked, keeping low, and quietly unlocked the door. Now usually by doing so, I would notify Jeb that he's allowed inside, but when the door opened up, he didn't move an inch, and he was completely fixated on the pitch black backyard. Everything told me not to go outside. There was no chance I was letting anything happen to my dog. I move out slowly, Jeb behind. I put my hand under his collar in an attempt to back him towards the home. Now Jeb is a pure Labrador and weighs a ton and does not want to move. It takes a sheer force to pull him in any direction you want him to go. Jeb's not going anywhere, at least not right now. I yank at him. He emits a bark that I've never heard him do before. A deep bellowing one that somewhat elevates my nerves to an all-time high. We both just stood there, waiting for some form of reply. I can't remember how long, but we both froze there, and eventually, I heard footsteps from around the side of the home, beginning to create dissonance. But not a simple walk. Whoever did so was dancing in a circle. The footsteps are even making a beat as they drift away into the distance, away from the home. Once I couldn't hear anything, Jeb licks his lips, gave me a look, and wanders back inside. I follow, locking the door behind me, and spending the night reverting to my childhood self, hiding under my bed with my dog. I do not sleep a wink. That's the last time I ever saw or heard the violin player. The following morning, the sun comes up. I call into work sick and call the police. They launch their investigation. They found that there were so many footprints in the dirt, it would be impossible to figure out who's who. The only thing I could tell them was that they had to be over 6 foot to stare into my fence at me. They also tell me that they've never received a report of anyone playing a violin in the area or near the fenced-off hill. I essentially looked like an insane person, but the officers were very nice about the whole thing, offering to patrol the area for the next few nights, which helps put my mind at ease. Nothing else happened since then. A little background on the events I'm about to write about. This all happened in mid-October. My family owns about 160 acres out in the middle of nowhere. The closest neighbour is a friend who we let rent the pasture for his cattle when he needs to. Some friends and I had decided we wanted to build a cabin out here that we could hang out at. So one weekend, one of my friends and I loaded up a tractor that we're renting from his dad and headed out there. It was just me and him that weekend, as everyone else was busy. We got there a little late, since it took a while to get everything loaded up and packed for the weekend. He sat about setting up our tent. I made fire. As I did so, I made an odd discovery. There was a phone book from a few towns over, still in a plastic sleeve, right next to our fire pit. I pick it up and show my friend. We both enjoyed scaring ourselves, and I made the comment that we're not alone out here. We both laughed at it. Later in the night, we're sitting around the campfire talking, and there's a big bright moon above us, with a bit of a breeze that made the leaves wither. There's a weird rustling sound which was creepy but added to our atmosphere. We notice, however, someone crossing through the middle of the field, their body just visible from the moonlight. At first, it's a little odd. My friend and I discussed for a few seconds if we should confront him, but I made the suggestion that he was probably just taking a shortcut through the field, although I didn't really like it. It wasn't a huge deal. If we caught him doing it again, then we'd confront him, we decided. The rest of the night passed pretty uneventfully. We eventually got in our tent and laid down. We're probably 20 or so feet from the fire pit, which by this point is burning quite low. We spoken for a few minutes, then go silent, trying to fall asleep. As we're laying there, we hear something. It sounded like quiet footsteps walking around the fire pit. We both look at each other silent. Then, we hear a piece of wood get thrown to the fire and it flames up a bit. I grab the shotgun I always keep in the tent and quietly rack it. We heard someone run away, but by the time we got out, they were too far away. The rest of the weekend was pretty quiet, and the events of the first night seemed kind of dreamy to us. We just cleared out the area of the cabin and cut stacked where the trees were for the firewood. Next weekend, we get out there. My uncle's out there as well, and went to check his game cams. This is where it got much worse for us. My uncle told us that he's annoyed. Someone stole the batteries and SD cards from the cameras. We told him about what happened the weekend before and parted ways. When we got out there, we noticed that quite a bit of our wood we had cut and stacked was already gone, and we were the last people to come out of there, which means someone had come out and had the fire for themselves. When we gone and checked on the tractor, which had been left down there, we found it had been broken into, and the chainsaw which we left in the cabin had been stolen. I don't know anything else that this person or these people have done or been doing, but I will keep you all updated. For a bit of context, I grew up in the middle of farmland in a large 1800s Victorian home. Given its history, there's always been several shacks and barns that once belonged to the builder of the home. There's a highway that sees maybe 3 cars on it during the night, directly across from the highway. About 200 feet inward of a cornfield, there's a shack that I've always found creepy. As kids, myself and friends would dare each other to go inside and look, which always ended up with us going as a team. Nothing scary was ever found, maybe a few broken glasses, metal piles and miscellaneous items. There was no electricity of any sort. That kind of made it very far from being homely. Years go by. The existence of the shack becomes a part of my daily life. However, one particular night, as I'm watching TV, I notice a light going off outside of my window. At first I'm startled, but then I dismiss it as passing cars, simply more frequent than they typically are. An hour passes, It's nearing midnight and the light stays on. This time, I know for sure it's coming from outside. My family was asleep, but me being my pansy 16-year-old self, I need confirmation. Too bad for me, no one wants to check it out. I go alone. I grab my pocket knife and flashlight. The best I could think of with my shaken thoughts was that something had took off into the night. As I neared the highway, the light turns off, almost making me choke on air, but I had to figure out what the hell was going on. I make it to the entrance of the shack, which has no door, and begin to slowly enter, my flashlight scanning the room for any sign of life. What happened next, I'll never forget. 5 feet away from me, there's an odd tattered recliner facing away that my father had tossed in there for future disposal. I shine my light on it because I know I'd seen it rock ever so slightly. As it does, a man stands up from the recliner, saying absolutely nothing. All I can tell was that he's middle-aged, wearing a jacket of sorts. Now, I can't process what's happening. I'm already sprinting across the road, praying that he's not behind me. It felt like years before I could make it to my door, but as I'm about to make it into safety, I decide to look back. He's standing in the road completely still now, no words whatsoever. It's been 7 years since then. The shack still stands. The recliner remains in place. My dad never believed me. I wish someone could share the dread I had when I realized the recliner's face in the window, which is staring directly into my home. I live in a ranch-style home in the middle of Missouri, on 2 acres of nothing but woods. We bought the house about 2 years ago. The home was vacant for over 8 months before we purchased it, and the realtors had problems with squatters about 3 months into the house being for sale, but said nothing happened since. My elderly grandmother lives with me as I am her caregiver. It's just the 2 of us and our dogs. Now, I moved into the house in October of 2016. The first incident occurred in March 2017. We started seeing a bunch of plastic bags and trash around the back of our home, further out than either of us go. Now, I really didn't think much of it, but made a mental note that raccoons or something had gone through our trash. I put some bungee cords on cans to hold the lids down and wrote it off. One night, I was coming home, much later than normal, at about 1:30 AM. All of our land is fenced in, but there is one back gate. Near the back gate, I saw a bunch of trees rustling. There's a lot of wildlife in our area, so I assumed that's what it was, but I got that horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach and decided to check it out. The ground was dry enough that I was able to drive through the yard in my car with my doors locked. I shone my headlights on trees. I then see a man coming running out of them. If that wasn't terrifying enough, he ran straight for the gate as if he knew exactly where it was, opened it and left. I was absolutely terrified, so I called my dad who lives in the area. He explained to me how large the population of homeless people is in our area, and that he'd come over to put a gate up. About 2 weeks after the first incident, I was letting my dogs outside. The one had already went inside, the other was playing hard to get as usual. I began calling out her name. It wasn't even dark outside. After about 3 calls, another voice, distinctly male, started calling out her name. She began barking aggressively and running for the home. I was freaked out, but again, let my family talk me out of making a call to the authorities. About a month passes. My grandmother has a habit of forgetting to close the garage door behind her. Now at some point at around 11 PM, our neighbour from across the street knocks on our door. He says he was outside smoking, and he saw the 2 men standing in our garage talking. He said as soon as he started walking over, they ran off. What scares me the most about this event is they stole nothing, and there was plenty to steal. We have a brand new refrigerator, leaf blower, power tools, and grandma leaves the keys in the car. They were just talking. This time I called the police, and they told me in the nicest way possible they couldn't do anything. If there was another incident, to call them, and not to scare the men away. The final incident of 2017 happened probably 3 months after the prior one. We have a sun patch attached to the outside of the home. The door connects to the kitchen, and the outside door to the deck. I don't know if I explained it right, and if anyone wants I can show you pictures, but basically, we left for several hours to go grocery shopping. We come home, and all our deck furniture was stacked on top of each other, and the screen ripped off the sun porch door. I then called the emergency line for our area, and again, there's nothing that can be done. About 2 weeks ago now, we had our white vinyl fence power washed. Because the fence is quite old, a post came off the fence and the company that power washes the fence didn't know how to fix it. We left the post in the front yard against the fence. We come home a couple of days later, and the post was nailed back up, with a smiley face attached to it. I was spooked. Cut to Saturday of last week. My grandmother is able to drive again, but doesn't have her own car. I'm busy working around the home, so she decides to take herself to the doctor. My grandmother leaves the home through our connected door to the garage. I lock it behind her. It never dawns on me to check to make sure she's closed it. About 20 minutes after she leaves, somebody's banging heavily on the door. When I say banging, I mean it appears to be a SWAT team. Someone putting all their force into it. My dogs are going nuts, and I don't know what to think. I start to think maybe Grandma left something and is trying to get my attention, but the little voice in the back of my head says, there's no way she's doing that. Suddenly, it stops and I hear a deep laugh. I get my baseball bat out of my bedroom and lock myself in the bathroom with the dogs. I realise I've left my phone outside the bathroom, but I was too afraid to go outside the bathroom to get it. I took the lid of the tank of the toilet seat, so I had 2 weapons. Nothing happened, and I hid in the bathroom until my grandma was home. Now I know there wasn't some kind of big confrontation or climax, but I know the story's not over yet, and I'm sure these events are connected. I'm going nuts living here. I honestly don't know what to think. I'll update everyone if anything else happens. I'm a park ranger during the daytime, but in my off times I'm an avid hunter and love to go exploring and camping. I was on one particular trip in Alaska that was like no other. I'd gone to one particular area that I love to go fishing in a number of times, and I was planning on spending the week up in an isolated cabin. Now to get to the cabin you actually had to walk or really trek for miles and miles in snowshoes. During such, it was quite bright during the day and could actually get quite hot, so I had to wear some sunglasses just to stop my eyes burning from the light reflecting. I also brought lots of water because I'd get lots of headaches otherwise. Anyway, the first couple of days on the trip go perfectly normal and I'm having a great time there. Now, when I set in for the third night, I'm awoken by a loud knocking on the door. I think this is really odd because literally no one's out here. Now, I know something's wrong and I go to investigate. I can see quite clearly out of the windows and I don't see anyone at all. Strangely, this made me feel very calm and a little bit slow, if that makes sense. Kind of reminded me of how far away I am from everyone else. I don't think much of it and decide that I need to go back to bed. I do so and all is normal. I'm now coming into the fourth night. I'm heading back from another fishing trip and I feel pretty calm and relaxed. I'm actually very peaceful at this particular moment and happy to be going back and starting my meal. I'm going to be eating one of the fish that I've captured and I think this is really cool. As I'm doing so, I can hear a loud knock on the door once again. Confused, I go out and grab my knife and go to open the door. I open the door and find no one. But just off, over in the horizon, I can see a tall figure standing there looming. It's very shadowy and hard to see because some snow's picked up, but this is weird. I shout out, "Hey, do you need help?" And the only way I can describe this is that it seemingly melts into the floor. Not like it walks off, it just seems to slowly go down to where I can't see it. I call out to this person again or whatever it is, and again get no reply. The silence becomes deafening and I'm struck with fear now. Then something else is odd. I can't really see any tracks around. I decide to close the door and quickly go out to try and help in case somebody's lost. I realise that it's not likely and improbable, but I guess that's from being a ranger that makes you want to go and investigate and try and help. I head over quickly to the exact spot where this person appeared to be, but I can't find anything. Surely the isolation has really started to get to me. I decide the best thing I can do now is just head back and try and think of home. Now, I've really struggled to fall asleep at night and I've truly tried my best, but something just felt completely off about this encounter. Now, in the early hours of the fifth day, I'm woken up again by a strange knocking. I'm actually pretty irritated and I grab the knife and repeat the procedure. Just as I'm one step from opening the door handle, I hear knocking again on the opposite side of the cabin. Now, I know I'm alone out here and nobody should be around me, and I can feel the muscles becoming tight on my back, like my body's getting prepared for something to come and attack me. I can actually feel my blood pulsating a little bit, which isn't a nice feeling, and it travels up to the top of my neck and my arms. You know when you just get into a heightened state, almost like you know something's there and you're trying your best to stay calm. I then go to investigate the other side of the cabin, and I can't get rid of this strange warm feeling on my body. I go to shout but quickly stop myself, realizing silence is the best thing now and I really need to be observant to figure out what the heck is going on. And immediately it stops. I then hear it from the other side of the cabin and realize something's wrong. Suddenly the wind's picked up and there's knocking on all sides of the cabin. It sounded like lots of people throwing hard cups at the sides of the cabin constantly, and I almost feel like the whole thing's gonna come down. I go back and sit in the middle of the bed with the knife drawn, not knowing what to do. I can just about see out the windows and no one's there. I ended up covering my ears, closing my eyes, waiting for it to stop. And suddenly it does, almost like I've willed it away. I become very angry suddenly and don't want to be scared and quickly throw the door open and scream, "Hey, whoever's there needs to stop." I rush outside with the knife, ready to have a big fight to the death with God knows what, but there's nothing there. I quickly sprint to one side of the cabin and I find nothing. I then trace my steps and run in a circle and I can't find anything. I then look up expecting to see some kind of rock or at least snow in the ground from where somebody's threw stuff like ice or whatever at the cabin, but there's nothing. Then I can see it. There's tracks leading up to the front of the cabin. Yes, I've got them. I'm very angry, and with the adrenaline surging in my body, I sprint towards the tracks, running in the direction that I saw the figure yesterday. I follow these for a good minute until, suddenly, they stop. The steps completely vanish out of nowhere. I look to the left and right and can't see any tracks whatsoever. I then look around and I can't find anyone. This is very bizarre because I know for a fact that I should have encountered somebody by now. Even if it's just an animal, there should be something, but there's nothing. I start to grow more and more irritated until I take a closer inspection of the tracks. They kind of look almost too big to be a person's, but clearly not a bear because there's not any paw prints. I take a while to try and figure out what these are, but I really can't. They're basically large masses in the snow with kind of points at the end. But clearly it's not a hoof, but God knows what it is. I realise now that I should really cut the trip short, but I don't have a choice other than to go and sleep for a bit, then continue in the morning home. And I don't want to get a reputation for being somebody who's scared of things that might not even be there. So I sprint back into the cabin, I barricade the door and bedroom and fall asleep again. I wake up in the morning and everything seems to be normal. And for the first few minutes I actually forget about what's happened and I go about my way. It's only when I pack up and start heading out that I realise what happened was really bizarre. I have everything together and I can't see the tracks from before now because more snow is set, only my own new ones. I go to take a look at the cabin and I can just about make out a figure again, this time just off to the side of the cabin, just like before. Just before fear sets in, I noticed another one to the side of it, then one other just to the right and in the far distance, almost filming a circle around the cabin. I realise something's very off and I grip my knife very tightly. I sprint hike basically the whole way back to where my truck is, and I then start the long drive back home. Even in this very moment now where I'm writing up my experience for you all, I still don't know what happened that day. It did put me off doing any kind of hiking or exploring or going out to cabins, though I have since returned to camping trips with groups of friends, but I've never went out alone again and I don't think I ever will. I'm certainly never going back to that cabin. My mum has many interesting stories about the little house she raised her half-sister in back in the 90s, but this one has definitely puzzled me. She said it was around the same time she met my dad, and like any other summer night, they usually kept the windows open for air. They had one big window in the living room facing the front yard outside. She said my dad had heard something in the bushes that sit right under the window. They both looked in that direction, but the living room lights are on, so you can't really see the screen. She said it got pretty loud and eventually made out a flapping sound, maybe a bird. But the sound got a lot heavier, like there was something huge trying to fly away. She said they could both hear thick wings like a bat, but can't see anything. They're both too scared to turn the light or go outside, but it eventually stopped. Never heard anything like it since. They live/still live in the Indiana area, so there aren't many huge birds or animals up there that could have made it. A bit Pacific and eerie to make up, I think, but very weird. Our home sits on the edge of 200 acres of woods with well-established trails running through. I've been exploring back there for 6 years now and know the trails very well. Yesterday, early in the evening, I went back with my dog and headed down with a most well-travelled path. There was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. I was just watching the deer and eating wild blackberries. This is something I've done before. I come to a familiar clearing where some equipment owned by the gas company is, and I suddenly felt disorientated, almost dizzy. I was just standing there looking around at the clearing and the trails, which look both familiar and strange simultaneously. Then I noticed what appears to be a house down the trail to my left. There shouldn't be any houses there and I felt scared. But I walked that way anyway. I know, not smart. I got down the trail and realised it was my son's elementary school, which does border the woods but not on the side and not where I am. I was genuinely scared at this point and kept looking around wondering what the hell happened. How did I get so disorientated and manage to turn around so quick? I got home fine and nothing else really scary happened, but I just cannot wrap my mind around what happened. In January of 2020, my brother, fiance, kid and I decided to go backpacking in southern Indiana. We stayed at a shelter that is close to the Ohio River. At about 1 PM, my brother and my kid were asleep and my fiance and I were out by the fire just talking. My fiance got scared and pointed to multiple lights in the woods. It looked as though there's 5 to 10 people out there with flashlights coming towards us. I go and get my brother up so he can see and get his gun if needed, but before I get him up, one by one, the lights started to disappear. We spoke with him about it the following morning and he said it was probably just lights from the boats and reflections. Then the next night, we waited for boats to pass by again, and none of them made the same light as the one before. And we knew we saw the lights then, and it seemed too far away from the river to be redirected into the woods or to reflect like that. Then, around 5 or 5:30 in the morning of the third day, while I was laying there in the shelter and everyone else was asleep, I was awoken by the sound of people whispering. Then I saw a shadow or something through the cracks of the shelter. I poked my head around expecting to see someone, but literally no one was there. We've been back to that exact spot multiple times since and haven't experienced anything like it since. I used to live in Wells, Nevada, a tiny town, really. The only thing to do is go backpacking and hunt most of the time. It was usually great, however, one particular trip stands out to me. I was a naught but a wee lad, at the tender age of 14 when my father decides to take me on a trip to Jarbridge. It's an absolutely beautiful area and the trip is absolutely stunning, with lots of abandoned buildings to check out and things to explore. Tons of stuff to do. Anyhow, we drove out and decided to explore this building that obviously has been abandoned long ago. I had a 12 gauge with me as well as my 44 strapped to my hip. Just because I'm from a gun savvy family, I suppose. This is important for the next part. We walk up to the door to the place but I heard something incredibly odd. It sounded like somebody was sawing on something like a piece of wood. I tugged at my dad and told him what I heard, but he just shrugs it off. Just after I told him, a voice came from inside telling us to come in. It was obviously from an older gentleman, but nevertheless made us jump. My father is extremely outgoing, however, and decides to go in despite my repeated attempts at doing the exact opposite. So when we went in, this first thing the man says is, "You ain't gonna shoot me with that, are you now, son?" I quickly shook my head no and gave a gentle laugh. I thought he was joking. My father introduces himself and I, as well as my younger brother. The man then introduces himself. He immediately says he's 127 but couldn't have been more than 80, and that he'd been raised around here, which is as follows, and I can remember roughly how the conversation went, saying, well, I was born here in this hometown with my siblings because my father had gone out and froze himself to death in the harsh winters we got around here. It ain't that long after I was born, I followed in his footsteps and tried crawling out into the snow. I about froze to death, but Ma saved me by finding me out there in the snow, dragging me inside, but she froze to death herself doing it. Did you bring any potatoes? I'll tell ya. I was in Ireland during the famine. I could really use some potatoes. In fact, my cousin served in World War II but was killed and reincarnated as my brother. Anyway, I used to work down in Las Vegas. I built over 1,000 motels and homes. I built this place here too, actually. I also helped build the Notre Dame, as I'm very religious, but god damn it, somebody stole the doors right off the place. Now at this point, as he looked at me and said again, "Are you gonna shoot me, boy?" I said no, and put my gun near the door to put him at ease. At this point, I can see behind him, and I can see a table that's laid out with perfect china and proper silverware for four, the exact number of us there. I returned to my seat, had an incredibly uneasy feeling I've never felt before or since, because it was disturbing. I started telling my dad that we had to go, but before I could finish, we heard the sound of tires coming down the road. The old man leapt to his feet, immediately disturbed. What? Who? Why is someone here? No one's supposed to be here. He began walking towards the door, which is where I'd set my shotgun down. My dad also jumped up and we quickly left. I'd never felt so disturbed in my life. We let the other folks who'd pulled up to the property know about it, saying it's really not wise to go in there. And we jumped in the truck and left. When we got home, of course, I told everyone about it. A buddy did a bit of research and I found out that Pruti's where a local family came with a long history of having issues. And this person was real, but however, had an obituary from 5 years prior to us meeting him. Now I don't know if it was the same individual, but my god was it scary. The weirdest one that I had was while hiking with my brother, and we stumbled upon a grow up on the side of a hill in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't too far from a small community, but it was a few miles up a steep creek bed. We had taken a rugged logging road to get there and then hiked along a very rough trail we found. There was probably 50 very healthy marijuana plants there. It was on Crown public land, so we weren't allowed to hike there, but we sure didn't hang around to find out whose it was. Another time we're hiking to the top of a mountain, looking for interesting rocks. The mountains were known to the local natives as a spiritual site, and there was definitely the sense of otherworldliness in the air. Now evening was coming, so we were heading back to my car. We found a car inn made of rocks balanced together. As we started to approach it, there was something bright orange in the space formed between the leaning rocks, right in the center of the configuration. It looked like something man-made and was jarringly out of place in this very isolated setting. When we got near it, we realized the bright orange was the last tiny drop of sunlight. Literally everywhere else is shadowy, that had somehow fallen right into the center of it for us to find out. It was bright orange because it was late summer and there was lots of wildfires in the area. Of course it was just a coincidence, but it seems like more than that. And this reminds me of another one. We were driving down to a remote mountain road after a day of fishing. It was dark and suddenly we come across a mysterious cloud of smoke enveloping the road. We couldn't see the source of it and we were at least 15 miles away from any houses. We stopped the car, and when we walked back up to the road we could see a bit, and about 50 feet from the road in a little gully there's a wildfire burning. It was about 10 feet by 10 feet and warm enough that we could feel it from the road. The creepy part about that is that when we drove up that road earlier in the day to get to the lake, we noticed a faint smoky smell. It must have been sparked by some lightning there and was slowly growing and absolutely become massive. This was a remote road and we had not found it, before. We just know the fire must have got huge, but we did report it. Okay, I've got one for you all. I live in a rural area about 30 minutes of West Palm Spring in Southern California. My cousin and I decided to go hiking some hills that are about 20 minutes north in an area called Oakland. There was no trail to get back into the hills, and we actually had to trespass on a fire camp and follow a stream up towards the hills. We started climbing the hills and reached the peak of a very steep area. I realised we're way away from where the car park is, and I don't even know where the road is. On top of that, all the fog is heavily rolling in now, and we only have about 35 minutes of light remaining. We attempt to take a shortcut down the hill by sliding on our butts down a steep slope. To add dismay, we ended up on the side of a 30 feet rock wall. Long story short, we managed to scale down the rock, but not before a football-sized rock falls on my cousin's head, and he starts bleeding heavily and is disorientated. We start walking the direction that the car's in, with the fog still heavy around us. Now we're not sure if we're going the right way, and my cousin is bleeding a lot, and suddenly we come across a 40-foot building with thick concrete walls, set mostly below ground like a bunker. In the middle of a forest. Now, the windows had bars on them, and the door is heavy sealed. My cousin wanted to check it out, but we're getting a bad vibe from it. He was saying something was drawing him into it. Now, I don't believe in the supernatural, but I would not let him in. It's a really eerie place. Shortly after we pass the house, and the fog lifts up a lot, and luckily we stumble upon a foot trail. A weird note. We hike back there a couple of days later during full daylight and looked for the place, but seriously cannot find it again. We literally hiked there for hours. Now, on a second weird note, my wallet fell out of my back pocket, and when we're sliding down the hill, we ended up getting back far away from Charles, but my ID showed up in the mail a week later in an envelope with no note or shipping address. Doing a group trip in the woods, literally 40 minutes from any town, we ask our group leader if we can go back to our cabin as night rolls around. He says sure, and we begin to walk. We have to walk through a path that's 10 minutes long and in the middle of a thick forest. When we're about halfway to the cabin, I get an uneasy feeling. I turn around and literally 10 feet behind us is this guy in a yellow poncho following us. I tell my friends and we all turn around, but none of us recognized him. The guy in the poncho just smiles at us for a second and then runs off the path into the woods. So my friends and I sprint to the cabin and enter. The rest of the group is already there. We tell the group leader about it and he calls the other leaders and they start looking around, but they don't find anything. But a new rule is put into place that requires somebody to be with the leader at all times when you're outside, or just go into some of the cabins that are further away. I debated on whether or not to actually share this, as it's a super short amount of time and I didn't see anything, but I ultimately decided that maybe I should go for it. My husband, 28, and I, 25, stay in a small town that borders an absolutely massive redwood forest. We're about 15 minutes or less away from the trees of mystery. We live on a street that was built in the middle of the forest for whatever reason. Now there's two large patches, maybe 5 or 15 miles plus, one of which has a small forest bridge that connects to an even larger forest. On either end of our street, I will also say we tend to be night owls, preferring to stay up late and wake up late. So, the set into what happened. My husband was getting ready for bed while I sat under the covers. It was a nice cool night after a hot day, so I opened the window to just curl up under my blankets for 5 minutes with the wonderful air on my face. While laying on my phone on my side, not fully asleep, I then begin to look up and I can see a full moon. I was surprised to find that the moon was on 100% tonight, so I looked outside my window from my bedside and confirmed the amount of light on the ground outside on our street, which has no street light since it's an old street. It's very well lit in a bluish tone colour. I was kind of like, oh, neat, and went back to my phone. I wait for my husband to get into bed before I start falling asleep. I don't know if it's a comfort thing or not, but I usually can't sleep well unless he's near me. I was wide awake, sitting there for about 5-ish minutes listening to the crickets outside when I can hear a man scream up my street. It sounded like it was coming 2 or 3 doors down, near to one of the edges of the forest. At first it was just a fearful scream, but then it moved and continued to almost like a guy doing a fake scream. Why? It's 2 a.m, but the scream goes on for far too long. And then at the tail end of it, it went from kind of like a silly fake one to a deep, gurgling roar, similar to, I don't know, like something transforming in the movies. But at first, it doesn't sound real, almost like something forcing or pretending a scream, then a very deep sound afterwards. I don't recall whether or not the crickets went silent, by the way. I just know that I was no longer trying to listen to them after hearing that noise. I have wondered Sasquatch or maybe werewolf or dogman, some other creepy critter like that or God knows what. But I know nothing normal or person should be able to scream for that long or that deep. Plus it echoed and felt like it was reverberating off a speaker in a room, but of course it wasn't. I've gone through every possibility and not really had any explanation as to what this scream was. I am neither of the things in this title, however. I was in a Firewise program with the county. We clearly and thoroughly searched 400 square feet and found somebody's house. Anyway, we were clearing brush around an elderly man's home and he suggested over and over again that this one area is of no threat and we just skip it. Well, we can't just skip it. That'd leave a weak spot, so we have no choice. After getting almost all of it clear, there was a bit of a ladder fuel in one area. We used a bladder weed eater to do this kind of thing. After getting almost the entire area of a 10 or 15 foot square patch cleared, I could not knock down this one patch level to the ground. I've actually dented the blades trying to do this, realizing I was hitting a metal bar, so I dug around it and realized it was a refrigerator buried so deep with only one handle sticking out. After finding this, I alert my co-worker. Now, by the way, we never found anything like this. Usually it's just trees and stuff. So he comes up and we play a game. No, you open it game. After about 5 minutes, curiosity gets the better of me and I go for it. But it's jammed, so I started reaming on it and he helps me and kind of screeches a little bit. It smelt like nothing I've ever smelt before. The most horrid stench. We back up like 30 feet and it doesn't help. So I walk up and open it all the way. The smell made my eyes water and regret having a nose. My mouth was open a little bit and I could really taste this stench. I figure, what the hell? The worst already happened. I peek inside and it's an assortment of bones. I can't tell if it's animal or not. There are no horn skulls, if that makes sense. Just random figurements like ribs and long bones, like ones in animals' legs, I think. So we mention this to our boss and he says he'll put it in a report. A couple of weeks later it becomes a, I don't know the word, area of interest I guess, and apparently another service has to investigate. However, since this was the very last of the entire area to be cleared, once we had left that day, nobody went back until the crew arrived a month later, only to find a very large hole where the fridge was. The homeowner denies having any clue about it whatsoever. I still don't know what I stumbled upon. So story time. A couple of years ago, I lived in a house outside of Charlotte that was right next to what us city folk called a greenway, Essentially, it's really an undeveloped land between existing developments that, due to the layout of the infrastructure and topography land, could not be clear cut and paved enough to make it cost effective, so they just put up trails and parks and sold it as a natural spot to increase the property values in the area. Well, my girlfriend at the time had a daughter, and the daughter's school was on this one-way end of the greenway, and we live on the other. It actually took less time to walk there than to drive, so on nice days, I'd grab the stroller, carry it to her school, and pick her up at the end of the day, and then we'd have a really nice walk through the woods. Well, this particular greenway waved through some areas that were pretty close to rather busy roads, so it wasn't unusual to hear road noises like big trucks or motorcycles or whatever. Turns out that coyotes in this area responded to things like fire engines, sirens, much in the way that they did in any other situation. Long story short, I had my girlfriend's kid in the middle of the woods and we hear a fire engine, and as the sound dies from there, we hear dozens of coyotes responding in kind. Now they completely surround us. Normally I wouldn't be very afraid. It's very unusual even for a pack of coyotes to attack humans. However, I remembered the uncomfortable truth that sometimes they do, and can actually attack dogs and, eat and kill them once they've surrounded them. So parent mode kicks in. While trying to maintain calmness as to not freak out the kid, I pick her up and carry her in one arm and the stroller in the other. I ran as fast as I could the remaining distance, I don't know, maybe half a mile or so. This took me maybe all of 5 minutes, but it was honestly the scariest thing of my life. So a girlfriend and I took a 2-week road trip last year and backwards camped/hiked the whole time. As some insight, I'm also a girl, so there's two 20-something-year-olds out on the road. We got to one free campsite in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico, and we're the only people out here. Not unusual, so we just take up the first spot and set up. As we make dinner, a couple pulls in, drives by and heads to the back of the campgrounds. We don't really know how far back they went. About 20 minutes later, they come by and flag me down. Girl, have you been back there? Me, no. Girl, it's a massacre back there. What do you mean? There's bones everywhere. Mind if we take the spot next to you? No, not at all. Then maybe 2 minutes later, look around, get back into the car and leave. I say, what's all that about? I explained to my friend what the girls said, and at that moment, we look down and see a huge femur bone at our feet, possibly from a cow. Well, us being a little cryptic, decide to go and check out what they're talking about. About 100 yards back, through the windy camp, and there it is. There's full-blown animal carcasses everywhere, some scattered and some still whole. And there's one pile of what appears to be fox fur, another deer body in a trash bag. Our theory is that's where they dump all the roadkill, which they scrape up off the highway. But we didn't figure this out for a few days. Nonetheless, if there's that many bodies there, it's weird where they come from, because there must be a massive predator that we don't know about. So we decided to pack up and find a different camp. For campsite 2 of the night, we're about an hour or so drive, still in the middle of nowhere. Haven't seen a single car this time, no houses, just old country roads and pastures. Mind you, the sun is setting. The road turns to dirt for a bit. We cross a cattle guard and see the national park sign. Sweet, it's a national park and it's free. It can't be too bad. My friend thinks it looks a little sketchy, but we're ready to relax and grab some food. So I hit a left and start up the hill to the national park. Looks like it's only about 2 miles from the map. We start going up this road, go around a few curves, and on the side, we realise that the brush is getting thicker and thicker, and the road starts getting rough. Now, to put this into perspective, we're in a fairly new Chevy, manual transmission. It's less than a foot clearance from the ground. About a quarter of a mile in, we high center on a massive rock. Okay, as long as this doesn't get any worse, I think we can manage. There's no possible way to turn around or get back, so we have to keep going. Of course it got worse. Every rock and trench we hear the car scrape and shutter and stall. I'm clinching the wheel, she is clinching the handle. All the brush on the side of us is now dead and eerie looking, and the sun is almost gone behind us. 30 terrifying minutes later, we finally make it to the top flat that is supposed to be a campsite. It's about 10 square foot clearing in the middle of the dead brush, and in front of us a cliff. We're still freaking out about the dead animals, but now we feel like we're in the middle of a low budget horror film, and we need to get out of there. Now, we decide we cannot in our right mind stay here. Even from the cliff top, we can't see a single house or car light. We decide to make a 10-point turn between the brush and the boulder and the cliff, manage to get back on the path, and very slowly and carefully, terrified all the way, get back down the damn hill. We in the car manage to miraculously survive and head out after 2 hours back to the closest town and sleep in a Walmart parking lot. I was backpacking in the Beartooth Wilderness in the early 2000s with a good friend of mine. 3 days into the hike, we had only seen one other couple. On the third night, at about 4 AM, we're woken to our tents, in which sounds like the scream of a massive animal. Obviously we're freaked out, sitting in the tent not knowing what was out there. We started hearing what sounded like howl for about 15 minutes, followed by heavy footsteps near our camp. My friend and I started yelling, making tons of noise, a trick that tends to fend off bears. The commotion outside of the tent comes to a halt slowly. The following morning, after not sleeping at all, we unzip the tent to the creepiest scene. All around the tent are pebbles. The howl was literally thousands of pebbles that had been thrown across. Now, they surround the tent in a nearly perfect circle of 20 or so boulders. I mean, these must be 150 or 300 pounds. My friend and I noped out of there, making a 3-day hike in one, practically running the whole way to the car. I've been in 2 bad car accidents. I know the rush of adrenaline going through your head when you're in a crash. For that reason, I pull over at any crash I see to help out, unless emergency services are already there. I have a level head, basic medical training, and usually a first aid kit on me. Normally, everything is fine, and I leave once EMS/police show up. Today, that totally changed. I came around a bend and saw a pickup that had hit a tree. A body was slumped over in the seat. I immediately pulled my bike into subdivision right across the street and ran over. Quickly grabbing my bag, taking off my jacket and helmet, I see a white man in his late 20s with a slim frame slumped over in the seat. Confused. I'm not sure what his situation is. I can see that there's saliva dropping down the side of his face. My brain instantly went to seizure. The car who's been a little behind me also pulled over. The driver's calling 911 right next to me. He tapped on the window a bit, and there was no response. I jumped into the bed to see if the back window was. None of them were there. I hopped out and went to see if anything has changed. The driver's no longer convulsing, but he was still non-responsive. I knock on the window to see if he had come out of it. The driver jumped up and began panicking. This is pretty common for someone who's had a seizure, especially if they've had a traumatic experience on top of it. He began yelling and lightly punching the window. This happened for a span of around a second, which meant I jumped 20 feet in the air. Once my brain cleared for a second, I loudly say, "Are you alright?" If he could unlocked the door. Luckily for me, he didn't understand a word I said. He slumped back over, which prompts me to knock again. He then jumps back up and promptly begins freaking out once again. After a quick moment, he calms down again and sat there smiling. It wasn't a normal smile. It was sort of haunting. His tongue was hanging out, very yellowed. The man who pulled over with me, Mark, came around, which brought another round of freaking out. This began the pattern of any new stimuli causing him to freak out. A third person pulled over and came to check in. He quickly came to the same conclusion: drugs. Our driver was now in a relaxed state until the sirens started. Me and a third person began directing traffic while Mark kept an eye on the driver, relaying everything to 911. I had to move my jacket, helmet and bag over near my bike, just in case he started driving again. About a minute after we heard the first sirens, the fire truck, ambulance and sheriff pulled up. The fire truck blocked traffic from one end, and after briefly talking to the cop, Mark went to start turning cars around from the other direction. A cop pulled up from the end blocked by the fire truck. The two cops, after determining that the driver was combative, drew their tasers. A firefighter used a pick to break open the driver's side window. After the first hit, the driver began to claw at the back window. Once it had been pulled out, the cops began yelling at him to open the door. Par for the course. The driver doesn't get a word. They decide to smash the front window. After the first hit, they didn't have to do much, as the driver began hitting back. He punched the window out entirely. The cops yelled some more. The driver's still yelling and punching. The first cop tased him. If we didn't hear the crackling, we wouldn't have known he was tased. He's still punching. Second cop tases him. Still nothing. First cop again. Second cop. And the first cop tased again. And the second cop opens the door. The driver begins kicking and punching while getting dragged out of the car. The cops attempt to hold him down. The largest of the firefighters jumps on him, and now there's 6 cars flying up the road towards us. They all ran over to assist. Now, eventually me and Mark had to stick around to be interviewed by the highway officer. This experience really made me scared of people and drugs, as though I wasn't already. It really turns them into some kind of monster out of a film, almost unstoppable. This happened only a couple of months ago, so I'm still quite on the edge. I had a group of friends that lived about an hour and a half away from me, and I'd frequently go hang out with them. The drive never bothered me, but this particular night I dreaded it. I first noticed a car about 20 minutes into my trip home. It was about 2 AM, so not many cars are on the road. Now this guy was practically hitting my bumper the whole way, which is strange because there's no other cars there. I quickly wrote it off and turned on my music. The time on the freeway is about an hour, and he was behind me the entirety of it. When I saw he was getting off the same exit, I began getting nervous. I told myself I was just being paranoid. I was heading home as I normally would, until I noticed this car making every turn behind me. I start turning down random roads testing my theory, and he's trailing me the whole time. I stop going towards my home and start driving random, trying to think of what to do. I tried whipping down roads at this last second, but it didn't work. I was driving through red lights and stop signs because I was so scared of what might happen if I stopped. By this point I was desperate. I decided to call the police, telling them that I'd been followed for over an hour. I gave them a description of the car and my location. The dispatcher told me to drive to the police station and there's going to be officers waiting in the parking lot. As soon as I turned to the parking lot, the driver sped off. One of the police cruisers immediately flips their lights on and followed them. I give my statement but never hear anything back. This happened just a few days ago, while I was walking home from work. I should explain, I live in a small, rural community. It's a very safe, rather quiet town. I walk to and from work every day. I carry both a box cutter and pepper spray at all times. I feel rather comfortable walking at night and actually find it calming. It was about 10:15 on this particular night when my journey began. I had a very uneasy feeling that I couldn't place. I decided to call my boyfriend. I knew he couldn't do much since he's at least 3 hours away, but at least he could call the police if something happened. We talked and laughed as long as I walked. Everything was fine. That was until I passed the Goodwill parking lot, which is a halfway point. I looked over and saw a man sitting in his truck staring at me. I didn't think much of it. People can be odd, and perhaps he was simply dozing. As I passed the parking lot, I heard the truck start up behind me and felt a little uneasy. We just kept walking, thinking I'm being paranoid. I should also note that there's a young man walking 300 feet in front of me. He kept stopping in the middle of the sidewalk. Because of this, I walked slower than I would normally. I didn't want to catch up with him. Eventually he crossed the street and I began to pick up the pace. As I was about to reach the entrance to my neighbourhood, the truck from before flew around the corner, stopping 500 feet in front of me. He turned his truck so it's blocking the road. I'm now freaking out. I tell my boyfriend what's happening. He says don't worry, everything will be okay. I continue walking and watched as this man got out of his truck, standing in front of it, staring directly at me. I put my head down, tightly grasping my box cutter. I got closer and closer to the man, my breathing getting heavier and heavier. I could tell he was at least 6 feet tall, and the streetlight shone down on him. I can see his arms bulge. I'm only 5 foot. Now I'm pretty small too. Suddenly though, a car came from down the street, maneuvering around the truck. About 30 seconds later, a car followed suit, then a third. When the fourth car passed, I saw the man smack his fist in frustration. He clumsily climbs back inside, took a sharp U-turn before tearing out of the neighbourhood. If those cars had not come by, I honestly don't know what would have happened to me. Let me start by saying that I really enjoy driving, and I'll often be on the road for hours just listening to music, getting lost. So more often than not, I sleep in my car on the side of a country road. I don't like it when I'm the passenger though. I always go alone. Usually, I sleep for a bit, wake up, then go home without incident. There's been a couple of times when a deer has startled me, or even a person knocking on my window to make sure I was okay. Always met with a scream. But what happened last night absolutely takes the cake. I took my dogs up to a really nice walk that I've read about online. I was about an hour drive, and I'd planned to drive for an hour at a time, explore a bit, and keep going so the dogs didn't get restless or bored. I'd always taken plenty of food and water, and was planning to be gone before about a day, which I was going to a park in a popular parking spot that caravanners like to go overnight. It was lovely. I had myself and my dog. We had a really good time. We arrived at a sleeping destination and found that there wasn't any place that we could actually park. The bays weren't laid out, so you had to use common sense to find a spot, so you're not blocking anyone in. The parking area was free and could only contain about 10 caravans without being too tight. I was a little annoyed, but hey, we're in a very rural area here, so it kind of makes sense. I let the dogs out to do their business and went to sleep, thinking nothing of it. To describe where I parked, it was opposite a little cottage, but not directly in front of it. There's plenty of trees there, and I don't feel nervous or anything. I know I'm not intruding on the owners in any way. I feel safe. For some reason though, I was having trouble nodding off. Usually I sleep like a baby in my car, but it's very spacious and comfortable. As silly as it may sound, to some I genuinely thought I had nothing to worry about. That was until a long, high-pitched screaming sound woke me up and the dogs at around 11 PM. The dogs go nuts, as they usually do at the drop of a hat. I was still in a confused daze when I see a very tall man dragging what I think is a key around the perimeter of my car. He goes very slowly, not taking his eyes off me the entire time. He has a very malicious grin on his face all the while he's doing so. Horrified, I crank up my chair and start the car, ready to floor it. But he had made his way to the front of my bonnet, blocking me from reversing. This is when I thought that he was holding a butcher's knife. He held it up and waved it at me. I scream and lay on the horn. My dogs had leapt over the back seat and were practically frothing at the mouth, but it didn't faze him. This lasted about 10 to 15 seconds, not long. He then slowly walked away across the road into the cottage. I drove home without stopping. I'm never doing that again. Thanks for ruining it for me, terrifying guy. Thanks for ruining the paintwork. And thank God for cars being able to be locked. This happened my senior high school year. I was driving home alone from a movie with my friend on a Saturday night. After about the first 5 minutes, it became the same route I drove to school every day, so I was kind of on autopilot. I never text and drive and rarely speed, and definitely was not speeding because I have my junior license. I was pulling up to a light that had just turned green in enough time that I did not have to slow down. I went through the light, then I just remembered the most force I've ever felt in my life. I opened my eyes when I heard a man banging on my window, yelling in, asking if I could get out or needed help breaking the window. I was able to get my seatbelt off. I managed to unlock it. I then went to look for my phone and the man said, "Forget the phone. I've already called the police. Please sit down on that hill far away. It's smoking and I want to make sure there's no fire." So I sit where he tells me after he says, "Am I okay?" My hand had glass in it as well as my face. Nothing life-threatening though, so I just sat there until the ambulance arrives. Right as I get on the hill, I heard the man who was yelling, saying, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" and just took off in full sprint down the road. I was so confused. Why was this man who was just helping me chasing this poor 50-ish-year-old woman down the road? I realised it was a woman who hit me because she was nowhere to be seen initially after he got her out of the car. She was trying to flee the scene. The man successfully got her and brought her back to the scene. The cops arrive and go back to her immediately and breathalyze her. He then gives his statement. All while this was happening, there's this boy outside of his house who come and brought me a bag of M&Ms and says, "Wow, you spun so much. Does it hurt?" I had no idea my car had spun. All of a sudden, I hear lots of swearing, saying, "You think this is on me? No, you hit me." The poor boy is standing next to me. I told him to go back to his mum. I'm thankful he did. Definitely not the same for an 8-year-old. The woman screaming and swearing. She then tried to come towards me and one of the officers, but gets held back. At this point, they said she blew a .23 and they put her into handcuffs. I had yet to give a statement to the cops and I thought, what am I supposed to say? Then I realised in the midst of all this, I forget to even call my parents. My mum was across the country for work, so I called my dad. My dad was at a concert 3 hours away, so he called my neighbour. My neighbour, who's one of our best family friends, calls me and says, "I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't say anything to the cops until you tell me the story first." I then tell him that I'm nervous because I was the one to T-bone her. He said, "Just tell me what happened," and I said, "I went through 100% green light and the lady went through the red hitting me and she blew a .23. He lost it. He went over and said, "You almost just killed an 18-year-old because you got behind a wheel after drinking. How stupid are you to be doing this?" And she said, "Well, I wish I'd actually killed her," and started swearing again. She went on to scream the entire time we're there. Just, saying I was awful and that she wished she'd killed me. Finally, the cops take her away. My car was completely done. It was a Volvo, and the cops said they've seen this car do really well in different accidents and it probably helped save me. I thought I was going to have to see her in court, but she didn't even show up. I hope to never see her again. I wish I got the name or number of the man who helped me. He just disappeared after giving his statement. A real hero. I really don't know what would have happened if he wasn't there and I was left with that crazy lady. I experienced a number of creepy things in my life, but this was by far the most scary of which ever happened to me. I'd worked as a park ranger for about 20 years before the experience had happened to me, so I kind of didn't expect anything too far out of the ordinary to happen. I'd like to share a few other tales before I get to my main story though, but the main one's definitely the most creepy for me. It still gives me nightmares actually. I remembered one of the most scary experiences I had other than the main thing really, was somebody gone missing. Apparently it was a hiker wearing a blue coat, and some other hikers had actually reported seeing him somewhere out there. Apparently he was about 70 or so, who had always gone out there before, called Bill. Bill was actually quite popular with the locals too, so there was definitely some worry when nobody was able to see him again. Apparently he was supposed to return to his wife, but he never ended up doing so, and that's when we got called out to go and find where he'd gone. I had a bad feeling about this one before I ever started it actually. I was actually quite worried, which again wasn't really a normal thing for me. Usually I felt really truly at home while out there. Being in the sun hitting my face, I didn't think there was much of a better feeling. But on this day, for whatever reason, I had a strange cold feeling going through my veins. I knew something was off. So off I go. I was kind of expecting to find him somewhere laid out, needing some water or something, but for the first while of searching, I couldn't really see anything or anyone. I saw some other hikers actually wearing blue things, and I was kind of convinced that I'd actually seen him, but it turned out I didn't. I remembered thinking I'd seen him multiple times, and it just never seemed to come off correctly. I thought it was pretty weird. I mean, I was absolutely certain that I was looking at somebody. I'd focus for a second and they'd be gone. Now this went on for the first hour or two of my hike trying to find him. I got to about the midway point and one of my colleagues was taking over from me. I told him that you have to be careful because I've seen him out here a few times I think, but I can't figure out where. He says okay. I then start walking back and strangely, I keep on seeing him in his blue jacket. I'm pretty sure it's the same one because it matches what the description is, but it seems like every time that I get close he seems to just vanish. I thought this was especially odd. I get back and have my break, and I had a power nap actually. My dream was quite a weird, vivid one. I do remember this part. I seem to remember it really clearly. It was like I was doing my job in my sleep. But there he was, Bill. He said it's okay and to come with him. I was actually really confused by this and decided just to follow him. He eventually led me to a lake in my dream, and I thought, well, that was weird, because I woke up pretty much straight away after to the alarm that I'd set myself not to oversleep. It also signified that it's now my time to go and help them out, so I made some effort to do so, and I switch over roles and I start heading back doing the search now. At the time I encountered another person, also in a blue jacket. I remember thinking to myself that why are there so many people out here in jackets like this? I must be going crazy or something. He said that he wanted to help me out. This guy actually looks really young compared to Bill, and I was pretty confident we were going to find him. We weren't really supposed to have help off of other people, but something just felt different this time when we set out. We start hiking the trail for a little while, and we get closer and closer to the designated search site. It didn't take too long before we found roughly where we were supposed to go, and this other person said I'm sure that I saw him by the lake. I say okay and ask him to show me, and then we both go down further to try and investigate the area where apparently he is. I remembered on this specific hike and walk that something felt really different. I don't know how to describe it, but I just felt really warm. We eventually get further down and come across the lake. I turn to ask that guy for his name and he's disappeared, and that's when I see something floating in the lake. I then realise that I'm looking at a person and they have a blue jacket. I have this horrible feeling and I go to sit down for a second and put my hand on my head. I go to look around for the guy who helped me, but I can't find him. I then realise that what I'm looking at is a body in the lake. It's certain now. I radio in for some help and I just wait there not knowing what to do. The person's clearly long gone, so there's absolutely no point in me trying to go over to them, so I just sit and wait. Eventually, some others come over and retrieve the body and confirm that it was Bill. I then ask if they've seen another young hiker wearing a blue jacket, and they say no, there's nobody here. I think that's really odd. And then they say that nobody else has been in the area or seen around here all day other than me. It still kinda creeps me out. I think somehow he come to help me guide him back to the body or something. I don't know, it's weird. Especially that mixed in with the dream just really doesn't sit too well with me. But anyway, I'd like to get to the main point of my story. So I was doing one of my patrols one day, and I actually went further than where I was supposed to. My boss really wasn't the best at the time, and I was basically just glad to get away from him. I remembered while I was walking further and further away from him that there was something really odd up ahead. It's what I can only describe as a Sasquatch. Out from a tree emerges a figure which is probably 7 feet tall, and I was met with an absolutely horrendous smell. This thing was covered in all black, and at first I was convinced it was a bear, but then I could see it wasn't. It was more humanoid shaped, if that makes sense. This thing looked at me, and I locked eyes with these terrible dark eyes for all of 2 seconds before it turns and starts coming towards me. No, I'm not joking, it honestly felt like the ground was shaking somehow. It couldn't have been because I was so far away, but I'm frozen the spot for a second before I realise this thing's picked up a jogging pace. I let out a scream and then start running in the opposite direction. I probably ran for about 3 minutes, looking over my shoulder every so often, and this thing didn't let up. I was pretty sure it was gaining on me, so I decided to go as downhill as I can to get back as quick as possible. I know the area well, but this thing seems to too because it's straight on my back. I probably got about another 10 feet away from where our base was, and suddenly I can feel some kind of silence. I turn and look around, and I can see that this thing is gone. I explain what's happened to some of the other workers there that weren't actually rangers but wanted to help out, so we go back to investigate. This time we're actually armed. We can see that something very large has come through here, actually knocking down trees somehow on its way. And there's a terrible smell, but we can never locate this thing again. Even working in these trails now, I'm still terrified that I'm going to encounter it again, and maybe it will see me before I see it. I don't want to say it was a Sasquatch, but I don't know what else I can actually explain it as. It really haunts me. Now this happened quite a long time ago. So, I was quite young at the time. This was in Australia in 2003, and we took a pretty sketchy shortcut home through the edge of a large wilderness area to beat my friend's mum home, so she wouldn't find out that we'd been out roaming late at night. Something massive we couldn't yet see stalked us from a distance, then put on speed when we were nearing the only main turn in the trail. Freaking out, we try and beat it, but not long after my friend stopped and looked back at us. I then did too. We can see the silhouette of a massive head and shoulders just watching us. Its eyes shine red and orange in the moonlight. The thing blended in with the bush on either side of the trail and stalks us the rest of the way. When we got to the other end, we couldn't breathe and stopped under a streetlight for whatever reason to make ourselves feel safe. We last saw the thing in the tree line while we were under the light. It looked at us and then just turned back and went back into the bush, and that was it. We spent the rest of the early morning hours googling what it could have been and found out about the Yowie. So we threw together an average report about it based on the collection of 3 parts of us remembering. I didn't remember noises or smell, but the other guys did. They didn't remember any of the details of its features, but I 100% saw some texture of fur. Now, I think I've told this story in other places over the years, but it really scared the life out of me being stalked by something like this. I've done lots of different things in my time, and I've kind of lived lots of different lives, I guess you could say. I'm always one who's up for adventure and trying new things that are different and unique to me, and I find those very exciting. I have landed a current career which I'm in and a job that I actually quite like. So is my wife too, which is great, but I didn't always do this job. I was talking to a new colleague at work and we got talking about what kind of jobs we're doing before, and it really got me thinking, yes, of when I was a park ranger, the reason that you're all here listening to this. Well, for a few years after finishing my school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and there was a program that would send me to a different state. Long story short, I ended up staying there and I actually really like it. I'm actually still here today. After a couple of years of being in the state, I ended up signing up to become a park ranger. I actually had a few jobs though at the same time to get more money. I wanted to save up enough to be able to go to college, and luckily I was able to eventually, which is my career I have now. But at the time it seemed like worlds away, and I actually become a waiter. I hadn't done it before and the pay was not the best, but the good thing is we got lots and lots of tips and that was pretty cool. The problem with the job is that it's almost like if you did enough mistakes they would just get rid of you very quickly, but it was easy to do in a high-paced environment like this. Sometimes you literally couldn't even go to the bathroom, which I think was a bit ridiculous, but hey, it is what it is. I loved this job, and I really liked the environment. I remember when we'd wake up, there was some large animals like deers and things like that would always come up to where we were staying in the main facility. You actually had to be really careful of them sometimes, especially if it was their rut season when they were looking to reproduce, because the males would get very aggressive, and you had to be careful. The other problem too is tourists would always stop their cars and try and take pictures and stuff, but they were just kind of oblivious to the danger of it all. And yeah, it was actually really dangerous to be there, so you well and truly had to watch out. Now I didn't mind though, but like I said, the job didn't pay that much money, but it was very close to my other job which I absolutely loved, which was being the ranger. I found it good, but I almost feel like I was doing so much that I couldn't appreciate the things that I had around me. It's something I still have now, but it was almost like I was a spring compressed and I couldn't really appreciate everything for what it was. But as soon as I got out there doing my ranger job, I'd very quickly forget about the stresses of being a waiter, and that was good. I could also soon forget the fact that being a waiter wasn't a permanent thing. It was kind of like temporary for the time, and I knew that, just I couldn't convince my brain of it. So I head out on some of my normal patrols and everything's grand. There's lots of people out here that I actually become friends with, and I'd get some regulars there who would just hike the trails. It was a pretty cool place to go hiking if you ever get out to these kinds of places, and I'd really recommend it to people who haven't tried it yet. I remember though, there was some weird smell that none of us could seem to escape from. It was almost like sulfury, but kind of different, almost metallic at the same time. It's the kind of thing that was almost like sharp, and it would make your nose feel cold. It was pretty weird. I wasn't the first to discover it, but I wasn't the last, and I remember some other staff reported it too. Apparently this actually happened in other places and not far from the restaurant that I was waiting in. And I thought, you know what, this is a bit weird. I was quite paranoid and thinking too scientifically in the presumption that it was a dangerous chemical that we weren't supposed to smell but could, or something leaking from the ground. I was paranoid maybe it was radon gas, but I didn't realise that you couldn't actually smell that, and we're in the open air anyway. My scientific knowledge has come a long way since then. Now, eventually, the smells seemed to go away, and things seemed to return back to normal. I was finishing up one of my shifts during the waiting, and I was washing some dishes, and I noticed something strange. Outside of the window, a bit further away, I could see some kind of faint glow. I don't really know how to describe it. It was almost like a reddy colour, but had more of a green tinge to it. At first I presume it's a fire, but it doesn't act like how a fire would. I don't know, it just felt a little bit different. It looked kind of weird, and a little bit creepy actually. I just convinced myself it was nothing. I finish up on my washing and go outside to see what it is, then I realise that it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of reflection or something that I didn't realise is there, so I just go back to what I was doing. I remember just thinking, God, I can't wait to just escape and let my mind settle. I was kind of aware of the compression spring thing that I was talking about earlier where I was doing too much, but I was kind of just going with it at the same time, but I knew I needed to get out of there and just have a few hours at least of peace just to clear this up. Now eventually, these smells do pick up again, and weirdly, somebody else reported seeing a strange light in these woods. Now, this particular colleague reported them differently, saying that it seemed to be coming as more of a green embery glow, almost like where a fire once was, or just when you get the embers before something like that's about to die. He said that he just had a weird feeling like something was off. It was like all of his adrenal glands were firing and he just didn't know why. He said the smell was accompanied by it too. So now, I'm pretty convinced that it's just something we should be careful of, but nothing too harmful. I was paranoid again it was radioactive, just because, like I said, not the best at science then. And I thought, well, why else would it be glowing? Or maybe it's some kind of chemical fire, I don't know. I thought somebody had been stupid and actually left something out there and not told us. Or maybe somebody was illegally burning trash or something. And yeah, that was what I went with and a lot of the team did. We were pretty sure people were burning some kind of plastic that they really shouldn't have been, and that would explain the weird characteristics of this light and its glow. Now the thing is, we couldn't find it. We searched for quite a long time, and my god, we get to know the area well, so if there was anything there that shouldn't have been, we would have picked it up, but we couldn't see anything. We even had some cops actually putting in a report that they thought somebody was out there, because they said they saw something strange. They described it as a couple of lights moving and then suddenly vanishing, describing it this time as a kind of purple colour with a green one, but the green remained throughout. I could probably link the colour more closely to almost like a neon kind of green, but it's hard to describe. Now, another strange characteristic of this is that one of my colleagues said that his eyes genuinely burnt when he saw this. He actually got the closest out of all of us to whatever this is. He said that he was probably about 50 feet away, and he couldn't look at it, almost like the way that you can't stare at the sun or bright reflections or things like that. But he said he felt enticed to. Almost like everything went black around him and he just had that to stare at. I even noticed some vision problems too. I remembered after seeing this that I would look at a tree and it just looked like it was artificially placed there, almost like it had a stage light coming down onto it which wasn't there, and it just looked too high definition compared to the other trees. It was kind of trippy but pretty bizarre to pick up, and some of the other colleagues had the same thing too. Weirdly, it was also the same people who smelt whatever that was. Now, in a weird way, I actually began looking towards having my night shifts because, well, I'm going to encounter something pretty cool out here. At least that's what I was telling myself. The sense and urge to have adventure was still quite strong at this point in my life, so I'm up for it. Didn't have a wife then, didn't have a kid, and not many responsibilities, and the world was absolutely my oyster at this moment in time. Now, what to do other than chase this thing? Well, nothing. So I set out. I made a commitment to myself that if I actually saw this thing and can get within touching distance, then I'm gonna be the first. If my eyes hurt, then yeah, it's time to stop and go back, but I was ready. And then nothing. For the next 2 weeks straight, absolutely nothing happened. I actually grow more and more tired of trying to hunt this thing. It's kind of like the perfect anticlimax where that your motivation is going on a negative correlation constantly spiraling down till you can't be bothered. And I couldn't be bothered. I was actually planning a trip to get away to Europe, and that starts to consume my thoughts and everything. And I decide that I'm gonna think better if I'm not tired and decide to plan it more in the day. So now I'm out there less in the dark anyway. So I'm doing my usual rounds, just investigating something that I needed to, and just going out, doing what we do, when I notice it. There's almost like a burning on my neck. It kind of feels like I'm getting a sunburn, and the smell is come back. I turn around slowly, and I see it, just for 1 second. Glowing almost too bright to be real, in a weird golden colour, something is standing there raising its arms up to me. It doesn't really look like a person. It almost looks like it's wearing some kind of robes, but it doesn't have a head. I can describe them as white but with gold detailing around the side, but it looks very alien. Almost like something which has come from a very wealthy thing, but not like anything on Earth, and something that's somehow spiritually higher than the rest of us. And then it vanished, almost like it was never there in the first place. I'm completely perplexed, trying to figure out what was that. I rubbed my eyes for a few seconds, and that's when I noticed something really strange. I can still see the silhouette of this thing burned into my eyes while they go back to normal. Okay, that's really odd, I think. Something was definitely off about this situation. I'm pretty sure my head isn't powerful enough for me to imagine that, and I wasn't even thinking of it. Last time I checked, I'd never seen anything like this, so what was I seeing? I look around, and there's almost like a mist that's formed. It's kind of like an extremely light fog, but I can see it everywhere. Again, it's not just my vision going weird, because I can clearly see that it's not in all areas. So what was it? I decide to head back now. I ended up finishing the rest of my tasks, and I get into our base. I start talking during my lunch break and tell one of my colleagues about what happened. He said that he's seen something similar too. But what's more strange is that he said that he had seen this in a dream, which I think is really weird. I asked him to describe it, and he's pretty much describing literally exactly what I'd seen too. Now that's pretty creepy, I think. Or is it something higher up? We start to discuss all kinds of possible things, guardian angels and God knows what else, but I'm a little shaken. And I eventually get back into my car and drive home and forget about it and start another shift at the restaurant. Now when I'm doing the dishes this time, I can't help but look out of the window, and for a second I'm sure I see a green flash of light and then nothing. Now again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but I try not to think of it too much. I convince myself that I've been going too hard, pushing to the absolute max, and this is what's happened. My body's just gotten tired. Maybe I was doing too much. Maybe 2 jobs at the same time's not the best for me. Maybe, just maybe, I can slow down for a bit and life will take its hand for me. But I can't do that. I have to keep pushing. But I have to find out what this thing is. It's really starting to bother me now. I wouldn't say I'm naturally an anxious person, but I was starting to feel a bit weird about everything. It almost felt like these strange occurrences were becoming all-consuming. Kind of like the people you get on the ghost TV shows when they say that the ghosts don't leave them, or poltergeist, or, you know, them things. I was getting a bit worried now because I thought, well, why can't I separate from work? Why am I thinking of this while I go to sleep? Why am I seeing it in my head so much? I felt like time was against me and I just needed to get to the bottom of it. So I continue onwards once more. I continue on to another shift, and just as I do so, as I'm handing over from the other guys, they say, "Hey, did you hear about what happened?" I say yeah and talk about a sports event that happened recently, but they're like, no, the light, that thing that you saw, somebody else saw it. I say, what do you mean? And apparently Raymond has seen the same thing as me. He's one of the other staff there. Apparently, he was out there doing his role when suddenly there's a bright light behind him. He turns around to see a tall figure wearing some white coloured gown, but this time associated with a more green glow. Again, can't see its face. It's too bright where its face should be, and it vanishes within a second. Now, I was happy I wasn't the only one seeing this, but apparently my colleague had actually got really shaken up by this, and that's somebody who never seems to care about much of anything. Well, I think I really want to find out what this is now. All of us agreed to stay well back and call law enforcement because clearly, if we encounter this thing, it's something that we're definitely not trained to deal with and don't want to deal with in the first place. Now me on the other hand, I'm the adventurer. I want to be the cool one who can just go after things and not be scared. It's weird thinking back now on how my mind was at the time, but that was my mind, so if I've got to investigate, then I've got to investigate. So I set out, and I start doing my job. Now again, things are normal. The next 3 days, nothing really happens. The only thing that was a bit weird was the mist seemed to pick up again, but because of the weather, I'm not really sure whether it is naturally occurring or not, but it felt strange. Now, on the 4th night, however, just as the sun goes down, I head out and something feels different now. It almost felt too perfect. The forest was a little bit too quiet compared to normal and it kind of scares me. I don't know why, it just freaks me out. Something about it was just off. Now, as I set out, I almost have that feeling like when you're in a dream. You know when you get to that fatigue point where your brain's kind of shutting down but you're still going? It was kind of like that. And I'm met with the smell again. I'd genuinely forgotten about the smell for a long time, but here it is again. And it instantly wakes me up. The smell seems to be getting stronger and stronger as it goes deeper into the woods. Now this area that I'm in, you can't actually see much further around the bend because how the path twists. The trees are quite thick at this point in time, so you don't really have much time to react to things or people which will come up on the path or trail behind you. It's okay. Sometimes it's kind of comforting because you know it's the same for whatever else is out there. But this felt different this time. It kind of gives me an uneasy feeling like I need to know what's about to happen next. The smell is ever increasing to the point that I put my shirt over my nose and continue on like that. Luckily my undershirt's quite long so it reaches my nose easily. And I stop in my tracks as I can see a faint green glow. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I suddenly realise that it seems to be from in all directions now. I realise that I must be right on the trail with this thing, and I continue on until eventually it seems like the green light is fading now. I look around once more, but there's still nothing here for me. Again, but that's when I see it. It's almost blindingly bright. I can see a much brighter glow this time. It seems to be coming from a specific location now and getting brighter every second, and I pivot myself and I'm able to see it now. I'm met with something that's about 7 feet tall, almost appearing to have some kind of green robe on this time, mixed with white and gold, far too bright, and clothes which are flowing as though that they're stuck in the wind but there's no wind. The closer up towards whatever this thing's face is, the brighter it gets and the more my eyes hurt. It does this to the point that I can't make eye contact with whatever this is, if it does have eyes, that is. I get this horribly overpowering feeling that whatever this is far too superior to me and can literally do whatever it wants to me, and I can only be here, left to face it. Now I don't know exactly how long that I was stood there for, but it gets to the point that I physically can't look at it, and I actually drop onto the ground trying to cover my eyes. It's so bright that I can actually see my bones through my fingers, and just some red around where my skin is, and suddenly there's darkness. I think I went blind for probably about 5 or so seconds because of how bright this thing was, until I'm able to actually see again. I then quickly get up and look around, and everything's how it should be. Just the smell, that awful smell, is still there. I pick up quite a good pace, and I start running out of there fleeing. Luckily I was only about 20 minutes away from the station, and I get there in about 5 minutes or so. I was flat out exhausted when I get back to the station. Nobody else is there and it's only me at this time. I very quickly write down everything that's happened, and I try my absolute best not to panic too much. Now, the more that I calm down, the more I can actually see what I'd seen in my head. For probably a millisecond I was finally able to see this thing clearly, and it seems to have horns with gold tips at the end and glowing eyes. I don't know what I'd seen, but it really terrified me. I ended up calling my best friend and describing what happened, and he said it might have been some kind of spirit that I encountered. I was very scared, and I actually radioed in to all colleagues in the surrounding areas to look out. Now what was really weird is I get a call to say that I've got to see my friend now. He doesn't say what's happened, but he says that I have to come quick, so yeah, that's exactly what I done. Now when I'm eventually able to make it over to him, that's when he tells me what he saw. He describes it as a tall figure, also with horns, kind of staring at him, and it was an incredibly bright thing and green coloured and glowing, and we both realised that what we saw was the exact same thing. Now in this moment I know that we have to keep going and doing our job, but we saw something really weird. We let everybody else aware of it, and we're hyper aware for what it could possibly be. Over the following weeks, there's fewer and fewer sightings of the glowing embers until eventually there's nothing. All these years later, I still have no idea what I saw to this day. I really hope that I don't ever have to see whatever that thing is again, because I don't think I'll be strong enough to stand to it this time. Now, in my later life, I ended up starting work as a ranger. Well, to be specific, I was on the fire lookouts most of the time, but with my job I had to alternate what I was doing. I'd like to share an experience from my past though that I haven't really been able to put my finger on. I've seen 1 or 2 strange things during my later life, but nothing really compared to this, and it's something that stayed with me. I never shared my experience with anyone because I was worried about being ridiculed, but I'd like to share it today. I'm somebody that used to go out into the woods a lot when I was younger. I used to do it more for fitness, to be honest. I found it was better if I could actually jog away from everyone because A, you wouldn't have to run into anyone, and B, I thought being out in the trees and with all the extra oxygen it's probably more healthy for me. And I've also done some research, well, at least I did at the time, to say that when you jog in the wild, you can also go across some better terrain, so apparently it's better conditioning and everything. Now, I didn't live very close to these areas, so I often had to hike over to them. It was okay though, I didn't have an issue with it. I found it to be a great time to clear my head. In fact, most of the times that I actually went jogging like this, it wasn't my original plan. It was instead something that kind of ended up just happening, you know. I'd go quite far, get close to where the forest started, and suddenly, I'd want to jog. And I did this on this particular day. Now, I decided not to jog immediately. Where I was, the terrain was pretty rough going, so I knew I was in prime area to twist my ankle. I'd actually done that before playing some sports, and it's never really been right. It can kind of go really weak suddenly. So if I was playing a sport and somebody tried to put a tackle in, I could suddenly fall to the ground and I didn't have much I could do about it. So with this in mind, I was being very cautious, just taking in everything. I thought I knew where I was going to, because I could see moss on the trees. Now I know that doesn't actually work really, but at the time I was convinced it would point north, so I kind of always thought I had a good sense of direction. The trees in this area are large and full of life, and that was a good thing. I was kind of walking across a hill at this point within the forest. It meant that if I fell, I could actually fall quite a long way down, and the trees also rose on my right side. So basically I didn't really want to jog here because I'm sure if I fell I'd get knocked out if I hit my head on a tree or who knows what. Now while walking, I noticed there's lots of wildlife around me that I haven't really noticed before. There's a few tiny birds that keep appearing on the track ahead of me, and they look pretty cool. I was worried that they were giant insects, but luckily it wasn't the case. For whatever reason, on this particular day, I decided not to jog immediately, or thereafter. I just decided that it's probably best if I walk and take in everything. I'm someone who likes to have deep thoughts. I realise now that I definitely overdid this and I was probably driving myself a bit insane with this process, but at the time it didn't really matter, because it was what worked for me. Now I didn't have that many good friends in my hometown. You had kind of like associates, I guess you would call them, but not the kind of people who would help you if you ever needed it. I had one friend, but he was pretty weird to be honest, and I was sort of aware of it at the time, but I wasn't able to actually leave him because there wasn't anyone else I could be friends with. I didn't realise this was stupid at the time, but it definitely was in the long run. I mean, pretty much all the time, all we would ever do is just go and watch a movie and order pizza. And there's nothing wrong with that, but when that's all you do, and you've also got someone talking rubbish about you behind your back, it can really throw you off. But I'm getting away from my story a bit much now. I come into another area where suddenly the sun pierces through and everything looks really beautiful. It was so bright it was kind of making the top of the trees appear white and the leaves almost transparent, which I thought was a really pretty thing. So I just continue on and take in the beauty of everything that's around me. I'm feeling pretty good at this point in time. Now, I come around the first bend and I realise that it levels off a little bit and I decide to start jogging. Now, I jog for a little while when suddenly I hear some people talking. I slow down to see who else is up here because I don't want to round a corner and run straight into somebody, but there seems to really be no one around. I can hear lots of people talking though. It sounds like about 6 or 7 or maybe 8, but I really can't make out a word they're saying. They're speaking alright, but I don't necessarily know what language it is. It's kind of like English but different. I can imagine it's how English would sound to people that don't understand it. That's the best way I can describe it. I think, well, there's probably just a good old group of joggers out here, and I can't be bothered to go into them. Again, my aim with this was just isolation, which I know probably wasn't a good idea, but that's what I was looking for. All is going well, until suddenly, their tones of voice completely change and it sounds much more aggressive. I kid you not, I almost take my next step past the tree when I hear screaming. It really sounds like someone's being attacked or maybe even killed, and with that, I move in a flash. I guess the adrenaline and whatever hormones are associated with that take over, because I don't really have to think about what I'm doing. I keep running and running, and I almost come into a zone with it where I'm thinking of nothing else but putting as much ground between me and the people screaming as I possibly can. It really sounded like someone was being tortured. I'd never heard it before, but in this specific situation, I was certain that I just had. Now, I managed to run for about a good 4 or so minutes before I get tired. It's not easy to sprint, especially when you're not going in a straight line. I actually taste some blood and my lungs really burn at this point, and I know I have to slow down a bit. Stupidly, I brought headphones but not water, so obviously that wasn't a great idea. I ended up taking off the headphones and throwing them when they get kind of stuck around my neck. I never found them again. I was so scared though that I didn't care about ditching them like this. I thought it would make more sound, and I stop on a log that I can rest on. I remain diligently silent, yet nothing pierces the quietness around me. I start to relax a little and think, well, maybe somebody twisted their ankle or broke their leg. Yeah, it could just be that, I tell myself. I eventually think that I can hear somebody or something rushing through the trees now, and I decide to take cover. I don't call out and I don't want my presence to be known, so I quickly duck under a fallen tree. I kind of crouch over and hold my knees together, trying to keep my silhouette as low profile as possible. I'd heard about it on a military show, and I was trying to do this. Now the problem was I only had my shorts and stuff, so they could probably see me pretty easily. I wasn't really going to blend into the background that well, but it was better than nothing. Eventually I hear what sounds like somebody passing. Weirdly, it sounds like it passes straight ahead of me, but I don't see anything, and I think this is a little bit weird. I think maybe it's just some animal that was disturbed or being chased, so I think, well, I better press on now. I was just trying to get as far away as I could, and I knew that if I continued this way, there was a good chance that I could follow it around in a big kind of like circle, and eventually get back to the relative safety of exiting the tree line. I was looking forward to this because I was actually starting to feel a little bit shaky. Now it's worth mentioning that I wasn't actually shaking because of fear. I was actually getting a little bit shaky because I was quite hungry now, and I must have depleted all of my resources doing this. So I really wanted to get back. I realised that I have one kind of snack bar with me, and I devoured that instantly. God, it felt so refreshing in that moment. Eventually, my thoughts decide that they can settle in a bit, and the rational part of my mind takes over and says, hey, it's probably just a group of hikers who aren't from here, and one of them probably broke their leg. So I was constantly waiting to hear the sirens of an ambulance or something, just to put my fears to bed, but it didn't come, however. What did instead was the realization that all of my senses are being heightened. Now, I realised suddenly that there's a tree stand not too far from where I am. I think, God, wouldn't it be great if I went up that? I think at least now I can actually get a perspective of what's around and maybe calm myself down a bit, so I make my way over there. I seem to be acutely aware of everything though in this situation, and I take a few steps up the ladder for it, and I realise that I should probably step down again. I can hear something, and I can see movement of trees and foliage moving not too far off from my west. So I take off running. I'm doing a jogger's pace. Now, I'm quite quick to be honest at this, and I'm able to maintain it forever, so this is what I do. I'm not in enough of a panic state to start sprinting again, and I know that I'm not going to be able to sprint for too long, so I decide that this is probably the best thing that I can do now. Luckily, the trail that I'm on now is much more even, and there's not all big rocks everywhere that I can probably trip over, so I'm feeling alright. Now, I picked this pace up for quite a long time. It was probably about 20 minutes, and I'm literally halfway back to where I need to be now. But with a quick glance over my shoulder, I realise that there's still movement. And when I hold my breath for long enough, I can hear that there's something coming behind me. I keep up this pace, trying my very best to get away from whatever this is, but it doesn't seem to be losing me. And then It's accompanied by more voices. It sounds like those people I heard earlier. They're not speaking very often, but almost chanting. It really sounds like an angry mob is coming after me, or whoever that is behind me, but it seems like the thing behind me is latched on. I jog probably for another 10 minutes, and I'm not that far away from where I need to be, and that allows me to let my guard down a bit, and I stop and turn around, ready to face whatever it is that's been after me. I think maybe it's some kind of crazed jogger that's out here, and they're trying to get them to safety. I just don't know what it is. But the moment I stop and turn around, like literally the second my back turns and I can see, suddenly there's nothing. Silence once again. Now I'm getting a little bit creeped out now, because I think, well, it probably wasn't no animals, but I guess it could have been, but why did they just stop? Which again makes me very aware that they seem to know where I am. Again, I could just be doing this through coincidence because of the path that I'm on, but something felt really weird. But suddenly the feeling of being followed escapes, and I decide that I should climb a tree. I know this is pretty weird to say, but for whatever reason I decide that I'm going to get a pretty good perspective of what this is, and I can probably get out of sight, especially if I can go high enough. I'm not a very good climber though, and this proves to be more of a challenge than I expected to find, but I'm able to do so. Now, eventually I make it up the tree, and I decide just to stay here to catch my breath. I think it's called epoch or something, but it's when you have oxygen debt. I learnt about it a lot later, but basically my body was trying to get rid of the carbon dioxide, which had built up from running for so long. And I think the lactic acid has set in because my calves were absolutely obliterated now. I'm probably not the best in terms of actually having muscle mass, I'm still not. And I always thought this was going to be a higher association with things like this, but it felt like my legs were just absolute jello. I tried to move my legs around a bit now, but as I do so it makes the tree make a really loud sound. It's almost like something out of a comedy special, as I realise that my stupidity is starting to make the tree collapse on itself, or at least on the branch that I'm on, and I decide not to do that. But now, I can feel it. Something has locked onto me. It's kind of like a predator about to pounce, and I'm not the predator. I can hear something coming now, and I look around, and that's when I see it. I can only describe it as a person, but not how a person should look. What I was looking at was some kind of nightmarish figure. Where the skin should be is all red. There's no hair, just red everywhere, and some kind of liquid dripping off. And this thing with these horrible dark eyes makes eye contact with me and starts to walk towards my tree. I suddenly grip the tree extremely tightly, and I actually start bleeding from this but don't realise it. This thing starts walking towards me. I look around to see if there's any more, but as I turn back it's gone. I didn't realise it, but I went into complete shock at this. I actually slid halfway down the tree and eventually thud at the bottom. Without thinking about it, with my bloodied hands, I crawl over to a rock and hide under it. I don't know how long I was here for, but it took about an hour or so before I snapped out of it. I can't tell you what I'd described without tearing up in person, but it was like something from completely out of this world. Maybe it was a demon, I didn't know. I just knew it was time to get on the move again. This time when I get up, there's no uneasy feeling like I had before for some reason. I just feel completely drained, almost like a truck's hit me. Everything in my body hurt, and I was shaking. With my hands now shaking next to me, I pick up a light jogging pace, which eventually becomes a full sprint, until I get out of the woods. I couldn't bear to look behind myself, and instead, I just keep going forwards. I'm really shaking now, and for whatever reason, whenever I saw other people, it didn't bring any comfort to me, and everyone seems to be staring at me weirdly. Something just feels extremely off, and I can't stop thinking of that thing that I've seen the whole journey back home. I feel extremely paranoid, and I don't like that every person that I pass is staring through me, almost like I'm a ghost. Eventually I make it back home. I go to wash my hands off in the bathroom, and I realise that my face is extremely pale, and I haven't been able to close my mouth. I look like I was on drugs or something. I managed to go down and make myself some food, and I eventually crash out on my bed and fall asleep. I woke up the following day and everything's as it normally is, with my mum making me some breakfast. My mum commented that she thought I was unwell and asked what I'd been doing the previous day, because I shouldn't be that tired, and I couldn't bear myself to explain what I'd seen to her. Instead, I just say, "Oh, nothing, I just went on a big hike and hurt my ankle," and she says, "Oh, let me look at that for you." Now in this moment, I kind of go on autopilot with my replies, and I can't really think much about what my mum is saying to me. I just want to escape from what happened, and eventually, life went on, and I buried that in the back of my mind for a long time, even eventually becoming a ranger. But that thing, I'll never forget it. Sometimes when I'm on my fire watches, I actually get really paranoid that I'm going to see that again. I don't know if anybody knows what that could have possibly been, but I'd be very interested to know if anybody's had any similar experiences to that. I can only describe it as a demon that escaped from hell and for whatever reason was latched onto me. Thankfully I haven't seen it since, but I can't be certain that I'm not going to see it again. I worked as a fire ranger for a couple of years, and it was one of my favourite jobs that I've ever had. It's something that I'm almost envious I couldn't do for longer. I did enjoy being outside, but to be honest, I'd kind of struggle with the loneliness really. Every so often you'd have somebody pop up, or you might change over shift and have a brief interaction, but there wasn't really much time that you could spend with people, and that's something I didn't enjoy about the job. And I don't know, I just don't think it's good for you in the long run. I've recently changed jobs and I'm around people a lot more, and sometimes I do reminisce and think back, and I kind of trick myself into thinking it would be the right path for me now. But realistically, I know it wasn't, and I did have a story that happened to me that I'd like to share where I think this would be a good place for it. Now, where I was stationed was absolutely beautiful. We had these huge trees everywhere, which I absolutely loved, and you could do these beautiful nature walks through it, and that's something that I did quite frequently. I actually opted to walk for about an extra 2 miles just so I could go through more of it when I'd arrive for work. It was really gorgeous, honestly. And yeah, sometimes when I parked my car, it was easy for me to get lost and forget what I was truly there for. I kind of understand how places like this could inspire different stories. You know, like you get the Lord of the Rings and things like that. Well, I just kind of get it. And if you're someone that lives in a city, then I'd strongly recommend that you spend some time out in the forest. And I mean real forest, not just the parks. Like the national parks, you know, the big ones. Yeah, sorry if I'm going off topic at all now. So I'd like to share what happened on a Pacific night while I was on my duty. Now, before I get to that, I'll have to explain some of my day. Now, my day was pretty good. I spent most of my time just doing my watch and just listening to songs on the radio. I had a really strong radio up there and it really got good signal. I mean, how could it not being that high up? I tried my best not to go down too often, but I'd have to do it for the toilet every so often. I think from coming up the kind of spirally stairs, I ended up twisting my knee awkwardly and it was kind of playing me up. It was something I could hope I could just sleep off, but I wasn't too sure as I had a few other injuries on the same side of my body. For some reason, all of them happened to be in roughly the same place, but my other side was completely fine. Now I did have to make this trip down a few times, and while doing so, something felt different. It was almost like the atmosphere was different when I got further down. Not in the sense of atmospheric, but I don't know, I just kind of felt tense and uneasy. Almost like something terrible had happened, but I didn't know what. I don't know if you've ever got bad news, but one that makes you panic. It was kind of similar to that, so for me this was a really bizarre thing. I did wander around a few times and try and take my mind off things, and that's when something else weird happened. While walking, my vision suddenly goes very blurry, and it's almost like I'm seeing double. Now during this time, for just a second, I can see some kind of figure further up. It almost looks like somebody dressed in medieval type robes, but the religious people. Now I only see it for a second, so I don't know whether this was in my head or not, but they suddenly just go with a big flash, and things are immediately back to normal. I think this is odd and think that I've gotten too hot, so I actually go back to the station. There's a thermometer there, and I quickly give myself a check over, but everything's normal. I decide I need to chug some more water. In places like this, it's pretty easy to not stay on top of how much you're eating or drinking. Also, some people in my family are diabetic, which is definitely not me because of the way I eat, but I don't know. You can never be too careful, I guess. So I decide that I should eat some food too. Now, once again, after eating, I get the weird feeling and the sense of dread comes over me that something's just off. I then realise that I can see the same figure again that I saw before, though only this time I can see them much clearer than before, and I'm convinced it's actually a person. I then go to speak to them and say, hey, how are you doing? And they seemingly just ignore me and walk off. Another weird thing I noticed is that they don't have any hair whatsoever, almost like them Tibet monks but different. But what on earth would one be doing here? And they aren't really dressed appropriately. I don't know, their clothes just look too dated, and almost even if you're a religious person out here, it seems like you would actually dress more appropriately. You can get foot injuries really easily here, and yes, I was suffering from one of those too, and it was on the same side. I don't know whether it's plantar fasciitis, but the bottom of my foot was killing. I mean, that mixed with my knee being bad was really a big problem for me. But anyway, I tried to put that aside, and I just think it's a normal hiker. I get back up to the top of my station, and night's starting to fall. Now that's good for a couple of reasons, but one is it actually makes my job a lot easier. Because obviously you can spot fires quite easily in the darkness, but that's not always the only thing that you see. I had a report of one of my other friends who works here, saying that he was staring up at the stars. He saw one move, then another, and assumed that it was a satellite, until suddenly they shoot off in different directions. I kind of joked about it and said, oh, it's just the old man going off on one again, but I don't know really. Especially when you're out here on your own, it's almost like if there are visitors come in, then they're going to choose this time to come and pounce on you. But hey, that was just my wider thinking. Me, I did like to stargaze every so often, and obviously being far away from light pollution, you could see the stars really well, and it's something that I really enjoyed doing. Now, as I'm stargazing, I am pretty certain I can see something off. It looks like a star, then another one moving parallel to each other, and I say, God, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing what my friend saw to myself. I won't say his name here, but I say, he wasn't crazy after all, and kind of laugh. These stars didn't shoot off, but there was definitely something weird about them. I actually worry that maybe the tower was starting to crumble or lean and that this is about to be it, but I stay still for a second and realise it isn't. This is actually one of my biggest fears that I have, the station going down with me on it and me just holding onto the sides trying to make it. I've had nightmares about this and generally wake up really scared inside the station, and when I've done that I've actually been really fearful that it's happening because obviously I'm up there and your body doesn't always get used to it, especially not for short spells, but this isn't the case. The stars are just weird. I tell myself that I'm just imagining things and I go to sit down.
Now this is the first really strange thing that happened. I go to write in my diary that not much is happening today, and I wake up again. Now, I went into a very deep sleep and I must have dreamt for probably 12 hours. I had a very long dream that I was actually transported to medieval times, which is really bizarre. But this wasn't the case. Of course it wasn't. I looked at the alarm clock. It's only been 10 minutes. How could it have only been 10 minutes if I'd been dreaming for 12 hours? This is really bizarre. I then quickly scan around and grab my binoculars, worried that I've eclipsed time that is potentially dangerous, and this is one of our biggest issues on our job. If you fall asleep, you're not only putting your own life at risk, but also others who you're there to protect, and that's something that I don't want to jeopardize. So, I quickly slam a coffee and try and normalize myself a bit. As I'm slowly waking up, I grab the binoculars and peer around, and that's when I see it. It almost looks like a glowing ember of a fire, and with some excitement, I quickly focus in the lenses. That's when I see another one, and another one. I then put the binoculars down trying to see it, but they're just too far away for me. Thinking that maybe this is some kind of encounter with the third kind, I start to panic a bit now. I then pan around the binoculars, and it seems like it's a big row that continues and continues. I can't believe what I'm seeing. All of the lights form a big circle around my tower, and they're getting closer and closer. They're all kind of like a red-yellow glow, but it's really weird. I look up quickly, expecting there to be a big mothership about to take me away, but strangely, I don't see anything. I look down and around, and that's my best explanation. I then quickly go over to the radio and radio in that something's definitely off and there might be fire very close to me. They say that they're going to send a team out to investigate and to make sure that I stay in radio contact and obviously evacuate if necessary. I say no worries and I quickly jump down to look outside again. While looking around with my binoculars, I can suddenly see that they're very close and almost at the base of my tower, which is impossibly quick. Now, after letting my eyes adjust for a few seconds, I suddenly realised that these are people holding these torches. These seem to be people, but very small, all wearing the same kind of dark robes that I've seen earlier. I now scream and run back into the tower and report that there's no fire, there's people coming to burn this thing down. They then say not to worry and that they're sending some other people there, and they ask me to see what else is happening. I'm almost froze to the spot, but I force myself to go and look outside, and when I do, there's nothing. Literally, nobody there below the tower, nobody around at all, for miles. I search desperately. I frantically try and explain what's happening, and I ask them desperately to send some people out, and they say not to worry, there are. They then start questioning, am I fully awake yet? And am I sure it's not just my eyes playing tricks on me, but I'm absolutely certain of what I've seen. I ended up staying up there and refusing to come down until another 20 minutes until some other workers arrived. They question me, and they say they can't see evidence of anyone. Now, this is where it gets a bit crazy for me. One of them does find something odd. They can see some strange markings on the ground. It's almost like hieroglyphs, but not quite. It's like strange symbols that have been burned into the ground, obviously with something, but there's no people whatsoever. We do quite a big look around and we literally can't find anything to explain what this is. I'm completely freaked out now, and luckily one of the other workers takes over from me. A few days go by and nothing else really happens, and eventually I return to another station and the rest of my job goes completely normal for those couple of years. Now, none of the other workers experienced anything even remotely similar to what I did that day, and that kind of messes with me in more ways than one. I know for a fact that I wasn't seeing things, but I still don't know what I saw that day. This experience put me off being a fire ranger, and I'm kind of glad that I did, because I'd hate to be out there alone and have something similar happen again. Since this, I've also never been able to camp alone. I work as a park ranger, and I had something that I experienced today which I don't quite understand. One of my other worker colleagues had told me that he'd seen something weird that he couldn't explain and wanted me to investigate too. He'd given me the exact location and said that he wasn't going to preface it, he just wanted me to go there and let him know what my experience was, and I said okay. I was actually a little bit cautious, but I'd known this colleague for a while, so I make my way over to that location and I find a door, literally in the middle of the woods, for no reason at all. It looks like quite an old door, but kind of like a grand one that you might see on an old house, and weirdly, it had one of those old door knockers. I look around and don't see anything and decide to get closer and make it up to the door. Now when I get to the door, I can hear a weird sound around it, almost like lots and lots of people whispering, but there's no one around. It's very faint but very distinct. I decide that I should maybe try and open it, but before I do, I'm kind of caught making eye contact with the knocker. It's so creepy looking. It's like an almost demon face one, but I decide to tap on it a few times to knock on the door. And as I do so, for a moment, everything changes to red and black in colour, almost like I'm looking at something through a filter. I look around and I can only describe this as being in hell. I'm in what appears to be a weird cave system or something. I can hear screams all around me, some weird dark figures moving in the distance, and there seems to be blood dripping off everything, and within a second I go back to normal, and the whispering stopped. So I very bravely sprint back and get all the way back to the station and report to my buddy what had happened. He said he didn't know what to make of it too. Now this is the weirdest part. When we went back to investigate with a group of others and were actually recording it this time, it's nowhere to be found. We gone to the exact spot that we had both seen it and it was literally completely gone, like it never existed in the first place.